So are we ready, Ashley? Okay, good morning.
Morning.
We are going to follow our agenda for the day. This is an unofficial meeting, and that's how we'll conduct it and the decorum that will be expected throughout the meeting. Our meeting today starts with Ms. Beccaro, who will give us kind of the lay of the land.
Right, let's see if I can get my thing to work. All right, got it. All right, good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Beccaro with the Office of Charter Schools. Our agenda today, I will do a brief presentation on some of the background and governance information regarding Torchlight Academy. Then Exceptional Children's Division here at NCDPI will present to you regarding that program. We will have a presentation by federal programs, by financial business services, and then Torchlight Academy representatives will be able to address the board, and we can, the board will be able to ask questions and discuss as needed. So a brief history of the school, Torchlight Academy. They began operations with the 1999 school year. The school serves K through 8 in Wake County. The first month ADM, this is through our CS ADM system here at DPI, they had 601 students for this current school year. The max ADM allowed next school year for the 22-23 school year would be 781 students. The school is operated by Torchlight Academy Schools, LLC, and the principal is Dr. Cynthia McQueen. In May 2015, the state board approved the amendment to allow a management company agreement. So as you know, if a school wants to partner with an EMO or a CMO, that requires State Board of Education approval. The service agreement, which is online on eBoard and is always provided when we have an EMO or a CMO partnering with a school, states that it is by and between Torchlight Academy Schools, LLC, a North Carolina corporation, and Northeast Raleigh Chartered Academy doing business as Torchlight Academy. So the agreement was effective the first day of July 2015. The entire agreement is available online on eBoard, and I believe most of the board has seen it. But just a few articles we're going to point out today relevant to some of the discussions. Article 7 defines the revenues for the EMO, and what it states is that the revenues shall include all funds received by or on behalf of the school, including but not limited to 1, funding for public school students enrolled at the school. 2, special education funding. 3, gifted and talented funding. 4, at-risk funding. 5, funding provided by the federal and or state government that is directly applicable to students enrolled at the school with limited English proficiency. 6, all other federal and or state grant sources, including but not limited to Title I and any startup funding. 7, all other grants and donations received by the school. And then any fees charged to students as permitted by law. All right, the fee, this is also, oops, I went back too far. Sorry. All right. The fee is that Torchlight Academy Schools, the LLC, shall receive all revenues as its service fee, from which it shall pay all operating costs of the school, as detailed in the budget. Torchlight Academy, the LLC, and the board acknowledge that operating costs may include an administrative fee payable to the authorizer as set forth in the charter. Payment of the fee shall be made on the same frequency that the school receives its revenue. And then Torchlight Academy, the The EMO shall be entitled to retain as compensation for the services the difference, if any, between the fee and the amount actually expended by the EMO in operation and/or management of the school during the school's fiscal year. So this is just kind of setting up the basics of how the EMO revenues and fees operate. Okay. Torchlight Academy, the school, is currently under a charter agreement that was issued in 2014 and expires June 30th, 2024. The charter agreement, often referred to as a license, was granted to Northeast Raleigh Charter Academy. That is the nonprofit board authorized to operate Torchlight Academy. So as you know, when a charter school receives a charter agreement, that charter agreement is actually going to the nonprofit board that is responsible for the management of the, for the management of the school, authorizing and operating the school, and also responsible for making sure that the provisions in the charter agreement are followed. And as we discussed earlier, in May 2015, the state board approved the amendment to allow a management company agreement. So there is a management company agreement, but the charter agreement is still in, that does not preclude or void out a charter agreement, which is in an agreement between the state and the nonprofit board. There's a couple of provisions here in the charter agreement I'd like to point out. So there is a section in every charter agreement regarding the governing board. It very clearly sets forth the fact that the charter agreement, the license, is granted to the board of directors. And another provision that we will discuss today is that the governing board must adhere to and adopt a conflict of interest and a nepotism policy. So all charter schools have that requirement. Section 5 of the charter agreement refers to compliance with other laws. So you will see that the nonprofit shall ensure that the public charter school complies with all applicable federal laws and regulations, included but not limited to such laws and regulations governing employment, environment, disabilities, civil rights, children with special needs, transportations, and student records. And then, of course, it also refers to ensuring that the public charter school complies with all applicable health and safety laws and regulations. In the charter agreement, there's also a section, Section 9, that explicitly addresses children with special needs, so our exceptional children's programs, and sets out several requirements regarding how those, how the charter school must follow IDEA and other state and federal laws regarding children with special needs. The Charter School Act, so General Statute 115C 218-15, contains a provision related to to conflicts of interest. And you can see that it requires a charter school shall be operated by a private nonprofit corporation, so that's your board of directors that each charter school has, that shall have received federal tax exempt status no later than 24 months following final approval of the application, and that the board of directors of the charter school shall adopt a conflict of interest and anti-nepotism policy that includes at a minimum the following. There's a requirement of Chapter 55A of the general statute related to conflicts of interest that pertains to board of director conflict of interest. There's also a requirement that before any immediate family of any member of the board of directors or a charter school employee with supervisory authority shall be employed or engaged as an employee, independent contractor, or otherwise by the board of directors in any capacity, such proposed employment or engagement shall be 1, disclosed to the board of directors, and 2, approved by the board of directors in a duly called open session meeting. The burden of the disclosure of such a conflict of interest shall be on the applicable board member or employee with supervisory authority. And then you will see that a requirement that a person shall not be disqualified from serving as a member of a charter school's board of director because of an existence of a conflict of interest, as long as that person's actions comply with the board's or the school's conflict of interest policy. Regarding Torchlight, per information provided by Torchlight in its January 10th, 2022 submission to the Office of Charter Schools, a conflict of interest existed. Due to the 2021 staffing information that was disclosed, Chantrice Adams is listed as the EC director. She has an annual salary of $65,000 and the responsibility of overseeing the special education department. Cynthia McQueen is listed as an administrator with an annual salary of $160,000 and responsibility of providing overall management and supervision. Donnie McQueen is listed as administrator with an annual salary of $160,000 and responsibility to provide overall management and supervision. This staffing would have triggered the conflict of interest requirements that I just reviewed because they are all immediate family. Torchlight did provide a memorandum signed by Don McQueen and the board chair, Dr. Banks Lee, which was dated January 19th, 2022, stating that the board is and has been aware of the familial relationship between Mr. McQueen, Dr. McQueen, and Ms. Andrews. The memorandum also referenced a letter from Dr. Banks Lee to the previous OCS director, which was dated December 30th, 2014, which explained the board's desire to partner with Torchlight Academy, LLC, owned and operated by the McQueens. However, there were no nonprofit board minutes provided that discussed any triggered conflict of interest or evidence of the requirements under the previous statute related to conflict of interest. All right, so to just review the timeline for this, the purpose of this meeting today, a little review. So in November 19th, 2021, last year, your board requested Torchlight appear at its December 7th, 2021 meeting to respond to noncompliance findings in the administration of the EC program, the Exceptional Children Program. Torchlight did request a delay of this meeting and it was denied. So in December 7th, 2022, or that should say 2021, December 7th, 2021, representatives from both DPI, the EC division, and Torchlight presented information to this board. You placed the board on level 2 governance probationary status, and you had several findings. One was grossly negligent administration oversight of the EC program, failure to implement the Individualized Education Program process as mandated by the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, alteration and falsification of EC student records, lack of federally mandated maintenance of effort for the previous 3 consecutive years, inability and or failure to provide access by DPI EC staff to EC student and finance records when requested, lack of qualified staff in the EC program, falsely reporting staff's compliance with Every Child Accountability and Tracking System, the Ecats system, of the training, and failure to provide all documentation as requested by the EC division. So those were your findings on December 7th, 2021. That was forwarded to the State Board of Education, and at their December 16th meeting, the State Board, they called a special meeting, and what they found, this is the direct language, because of the severity of Torchlight's conduct, the board finds that Torchlight has demonstrated a substantial failure to comply with the IDEA and Article 9 of Chapter 115C of the North Carolina General Statutes. These findings justify placing Torchlight on Level 3 sanctions under North Carolina General Statute Section 115C-107 for subsection D3. The State Board further takes the following enforcement sanction under that statute, placing Torchlight on Level 3 governance probationary noncompliance status under the State Board of Education Administrative Regulation, Section 06G.0506, subsection B3. All right, the State Board then made another motion on January 6th of this year, and they found that Torchlight had failed to remedy its identified deficiencies in the delivery of special education services by the State Board's deadline of 9 a.m. on Wednesday, January 5th, and that this matter would be remanded to this Charter School Advisory Board for further investigation on the issues of the possible misuse of or misappropriation for personal use of federal and state funds, including grant funds, governance concerns, specifically regarding potential lack of oversight by the Torchlight Academy Board of Directors of the use of funds and the provision of services to students, potential conflict of interest generated by Mr. McQueen and or Dr. Cynthia McQueen, acting both on behalf or in lieu of the Board of Directors, Torchlight Academy, and the Torchlight Educational Management Organization in ways that benefited them personally. And further, to make a recommendation to the State Board of Education as to whether the Torchlight Academy's charter shall be revoked or other sanctions imposed in light of the documented deficiencies in the provision of special education services and other evidence presented. And further, that the disbursements of all federal funds under the control of Mr. McQueen and all schools operated by the Torchlight Academy Schools, LLC, be temporarily frozen during the ongoing investigation and proceedings regarding those schools, and that state funds continue to be allocated on a monthly basis. So I put all this here because this is essentially what you are here to consider, is what the state board has remanded to your board and has asked you to investigate. This motion was amended, and that they amended it basically so that the disbursements of all federal funds under the control of Mr. Don McQueen and all the schools operated by Torchlight Academy Schools, LLC, that they would allow DPI to use federal funds in its discretion and as appropriate and permitted under federal and state law, regulations, and grant conditions to reimburse the schools at cost for any actual, allowable, necessary, and reasonable operating expenses, provided that supporting documents are submitted to DPI. So there's a lot of information that has been requested and provided throughout the last few months. January 10th, a letter was notified Torchlight Academy of the January 6th State Board of Education motion, remanding it to your board. The original this meeting was originally scheduled for January 26th. There was specific documentation that was asked to be provided on January 20th. Not all materials were produced by the January 20th deadline, and the CSAD meeting was rescheduled to February 8th. Another letter was sent on January 28th requesting that the missing information be sent by February 1st. None of the information was produced by that February 1st deadline. That day, the board's attorney said that the information would be provided 2 days later at the latest, and nothing was produced. Prior to the February 8th meeting that was previously scheduled, we received another letter that was sent to Torchlight with a revised meeting date, and that's for this date, February 28th, per Torchlight's request to push it back due to health concerns. And the letter that was sent agreeing to delay the meeting also asked again for the missing information. Finally, on February 16th, another request for the missing information was sent to Torchlight with a deadline of February 21st at 9 a.m. At 3:45 p.m. on the 21st, the board's attorney, Stephen Bowens, sent an email stating that due to a family member's passing, the materials requested would be late but would be received on February 22nd. Those additional materials were received on February 22nd, but not all of the materials have been produced. So this is the information that we have not seen produced, and in parentheses you will see the date of the request. So monthly statements from the nonprofit's board spending account. So this is the board of directors, the board spending account from January 1st, 2018 until present. That was requested on January 10th. Several employee contracts are missing, and several contracts were produced with missing pages. That request was January 10th as well. I will say that Torchlight Academy has stated that some employees work without contracts, so that could be that could have some of the reasoning for that. There were copies of canceled checks made from the nonprofit to the EMO from January 1st, 2018 to July 15th, that should say 2021. January 10th, that was requested. We have some of those canceled checks, but we don't have those specific dates, and Torchlight has stated it has contacted the bank regarding that request. In addition, employment contracts between the EMO and the nonprofit and Cynthia McQueen, Don McQueen, Chantrice Andrews, or Aaron Andrews from January 1st, 2016 to the present. That was requested in January 10th, and then the request was expanded February 16th. We do have a current employment contract for Ms. Andrews. Contracts from January 1st, 2016 to the present for any services performed at the school, whether the contracting party is the EMO or the nonprofit, with any business operated whole or in part by Don McQueen, Cynthia McQueen, Chantrice Andrews, or Aaron Andrews. That was requested February 16th, and Torchlight has told us that they are researching that question. Information on the land purchased by the EMO or nonprofit as referenced in the Torchlight 2017-18 and 18-19 budgets under capital purchases. That was requested February 16th, and Torchlight has stated that the nonprofit did not purchase land, but we have not received a response regarding whether the EMO itself has purchased land. And then contracts for any EC services provided at the school. We have received, that was made February 16th, and we have received one unexecuted contract for Miss April Broadway. And then finally, just a reminder that all charter schools operate under charter agreements, which include a provision, as does the Torchlight Academy Schools charter agreement regarding records. And it states that subject to state and federal laws, the local Board of Education, the State Board of Education, its agents, and the state auditor shall have the right to examine and copy all records, reports, documents, and files related to any activity, program, or student of the public charter school. Okay, are there any questions on any of that material before I pass it over to the Exceptional Children's Division?
Yeah, I have a clarifying question. Thank you for that update, Ms. Baccaro. If you go back to the slides where, for information, and just pick any one of them, where information the Office of Charter Schools has still not received, you had listed like dates in parentheses there, or that date is just the last time you asked. It's not the first time you asked for that information, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that would be the first time we asked. So, like, for example, like the employment contracts on that board, that was originally asked January 10th. Then that request was expanded on February 16th. But all of the letters that have gone out due to the delays in this meeting have also requested, the documentation be sent. That's still missing. So that would be the first time that was asked, and then following all of the other meetings that we had with CSTAB and State Board, and then since then there have been reminders and follow-ups, I guess you would say.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Baccaro?
Good morning. I'm Sherry Thomas, Director, Exceptional Children Division here at the Department of Public Instruction. And I am here to give you an update on the ongoing noncompliance with Torchlight Academy. I will start by responding to some of the information that was received last evening, that I received last evening, general responses from Torchlight Academy. And in particular, you will note in your folder that as I go through items, I've given you a cover with a bold indication if there is a document that accompanies this. So to review, our program noncompliance monitoring occurred on February 2020, and they are still not fully corrected as of today. In our previous meeting, we discussed the timeline and the debriefing that occurred at that program compliance meeting, followed by a report in April of 2020 with a compliance date of April 2021, and that date was not met. And that's typical for, just as a reminder, for a year out. Public school units have a year to complete noncompliance. So just as a general comment, we have not received those updates. There is a copy in your packet of the letter that we sent following the board action on January the 10th, 2022, that reminded and refreshed all of those requirements that we needed for compliance. So document A gives you, again, the continued listing of items that still have not been fully corrected. And while we did receive documents, those documents did not indicate a correction of process. And we stressed before, in our previous discussion, we aren't looking for just a piece of paper to be fixed with appropriate dates. We're looking for a process to have occurred. As you have used our Ecats system, it is a compliance-based system. So in order to do a meeting, there must be, for example, an invitation to conference. There must be assessment data or progress monitoring data if you're looking at creating a new IEP or doing a reevaluation. And those are the pieces of the process that we continue to miss in our review of the documentation. So document A is just generally a compliance update review that basically we still don't have those items fully in compliant from a process. Document B is about fiscal compliance, and we continue to struggle to receive appropriate records. There were files uploaded and shared with us on January the 4th, I believe, prior to the board's timeline of January 5th, but they were incomplete. There was an incomplete 611 budget, which is the IDEA grant for school-age students. We did review those documents, as you will see in the fiscal compliance, because we listed some areas of concern within those documentations that were provided that caused us concern under that maintenance of effort, in particular on document B. We still have not seen a true operational budget with appropriate funding codes to show alignment, to demonstrate that appropriate funding is being spent based on the grant application. And in particular, if the application says that the funds will be used for special education teachers, then there should be a funding code that aligns to that in a budget, an official budget that is submitted that shows those expenditures coming out. In document B, under maintenance of effort, we did receive documentation for their maintenance of effort that still today has not been uploaded. I will say since Friday afternoon. It may have been uploaded over the weekend. I haven't been in that system to check. But as of Friday afternoon, the maintenance of effort was still not in the CCIP grant system. However, we did have documents in that file that was provided to us by Mr. McQueen, and it included 3 staff members that they were indicating showed they were meeting maintenance of effort. Staff person number 1 was listed in Power School and in Ecats as general ed with a contract with Torchlight Academy and I believe the EMO as a TA. That doesn't meet the criteria for special ed services paid with local dollars. Staff person number 2 was listed as general ed in Power School, but not in Ecats, but has a contract for general education services. And staff member number 3 was not listed in Power School, but listed in Ecats as a general ed teacher, and there is a contract as a general ed teacher. So those 3 staff that were listed did not meet the requirement of maintenance of effort for state or local funds to balance out the requirement of not supplanting with federal dollars. So we still have no indication of that. We also, in the response that was received, it was indicated by Mr. McQueen that EC staff in our division were not available to provide technical assistance, support, or preliminary review with respect to the information submitted and prepared and or submitted on or before January the 5th, 2022. So documents C1 through I believe 14 or 15, 15, is a traffic of email. Mr. McQueen requested a phone meeting with us. That request came on the 10th of December to get further clarification on any unanswered concerns from the letter that was dated December the 9th and I think delivered on the 10th of 2021 regarding outstanding compliance. We had a call scheduled for 12/13 at 4:30 p.m., and this included Mr. McQueen, Mr. Squibb, Adam Ezel, April Broadway, Carolyn Hudgens, who is the section chief for policy monitoring and audit in the EC division, and myself. And in that email confirmation, you will find later in one of those emails, we asked if they would like for us to record that meeting that was held in Teams, Microsoft Teams, and they said yes, because then they would be able to go back and review the information if they had additional questions. So that meeting was recorded, and the recording was provided to Mr. Squibb. Clarification during this call was provided on how the Exceptional Children Division would review samples to clarify if the appropriate process is being followed for the corrective action. And we were very clear, we were happy to review process. We were not going to be able to review individual documents until they were uploaded and a meeting had occurred and the official meeting minutes and documents were then available. There were also requests during that call made by the Torchlight Academy team for additional level access for staff in Ecats. A process was agreed upon where Torchlight Academy would provide a list of staff and their duties, and so we would be able to then review which level in Ecats would be most appropriate and give them the level of access that they needed while still maintaining a high level from our office because of the altered records that we had previously found. And until noncompliance was corrected, we had stated we would not release that high level of access, which allows you to, to make edits to created documents. It was clarified in the meeting and in a subsequent email that all requests to Ms. Hudgens for access approval in Ecats would need to be submitted by close of business on February the 17th, 2021. It was right before the holidays, and we had several state holidays, but she had also previously requested leave, as had most of her staff. So she did notify the team during that call that she would not be available following the close of business on 12/17. An email was received by from Dr. Cynthia McQueen on 12/23/21, which was a state holiday, requesting Ecats access for 2 teachers as she had received an away message to Ms. Hudgens, so she sent that email to me. I was also on leave, but I did respond that we'd ask for all needed access to Ecats at our meeting on December the 14th, 2021, and we had asked Dr. McQueen for clarification as to whether these were new staff that were just added, but I received no response. The next email for Ecats for these 2 teachers that were noted came from Dr. McQueen on January the 25th, 2022, and again on February the 3rd, 2022. Ms. Hudgens did go in and provide them access on 2/3/22, or February the 3rd, 2022. For those that she could confirm had an active license. The initial ask in December was for 2 teachers. I think that list grew to 4 teachers. One of those showed that she did not have an active license, and we couldn't determine that the 4th person had been through the required Ecats module training. However, in that meeting on December the 14th, 2021, we did have discussion about giving Mr. Squibb Admin 2 as the acting EC director in that school. And so he should have had access to build caseloads for those teachers, even without Ms. Hudgens providing that access. So that gets us through documents C. As we have continued to look at the records that were non-compliant and at the altered documentation that we found in Ecats, I asked my team to go back and do a full review of all student records for Torchlight Academy in Ecats beginning in 2019, which is when Ecats launched. And so you have one page of 61 pages front and back where records were altered by Chantrice Andrews, the acting EC director at that time. I'm happy to provide you with the entire list, but I figured you didn't want a big bundle of paper to go through. What you see on the first page is pretty consistent with what we see throughout the document. Of note, however, I started asking where we saw groups of changes happening. And in particular, we saw changes happening that were a red flag for us prior to a December 2020 child count and then the summer of 2021. And those changes in the December 2020 child count did have an impact on their child count and ultimate funding, because that is our federal child count for IDEA funding. Through this historical review from 2019 to 2021, there were approximately 22 of 60 records, or 60 students' records, altered without the required documentation. So IEP dates were changed without the paperwork to support that being uploaded in Ecats. Whether that is a technical error or a clerical error, it still makes that IEP out of compliance because there's no proof of the documentation that the full process and procedure was adhered to in making those changes. One example that I provided for you, because it felt like I was talking very vaguely about seeing changes. So if you'll look at document E, the first page is a history of one student, and that has been redacted. All student information has been redacted so that there's no way to disclose personally identifiable information in this document. We just know that there's a gender and an age. What you see under school system is the history of that student in Ecats. So the student started in Wilson, was then enrolled in Ecats, in Wake, and then finally at Torchlight Academy. If you go to the next page, it is just a record of this student's altered records in Ecats. And this continues for several pages. And there are some notes included to explain, like at the beginning it says that it was imported. So there's always going to be an entry from the case manager or the administrator when a new student comes over into Ecats. On the right side, the action lets you know what was done to that file. E4 document just shows the users who have had access to this individual student's records. E5 is kind of a screenshot of the activity in Ecats for this student, and if you will note on that first page there are numbers, and if you turn over on the back it explains what the action was that we have no data to support was a properly executed action because of lack of evidence or documentation. And then E6 is the actual IEP for the student. And it was originally found, remember that first page that I started with where the three school systems were listed? This IEP was originally generated in Wilson County, but has been modified for Torchlight Academy. The Exceptional Children's Division has also had concerns with the inconsistencies in staff list and that were provided by Torchlight and what we can see as appropriate staff listed in Ecats. So the next document, F1 and 2 that you have, and this is front and back. This was a list generated out of Power School on the left-hand side. The first name, last name, and the status is from Power School, listing staff associated with Torchlight Academy. I then went through and compared in Ecats the staff that are listed as staff in Ecats that have access to student records. The student number is the number of students that individual has associated with them in Ecats. And this was, I think, as of Wednesday or Thursday of last week. And then the role that they are listed as. I mentioned those contracts before, so I noted in here in another column whether or not that person was included on a contract. Of concern as well, because we've seen crossover with staff, I also noted if staff here on this list for Torchlight was also listed under Three Rivers. I have a couple of major concerns from this staffing list. One, it appears that there are a lot of inactive staff still in Ecats. Those should always be removed because otherwise they still have access to those records for those students that they've been assigned, unless they have been given access at another school and that access in the previous incidents has been closed out. And it doesn't appear that that has been done. Again, that could be a technical error, but it doesn't feel like attention is being paid to who has access to these confidential records within a school. So I know we're talking about Torchlight today, but when we made our visit to Three Rivers Academy, we were told that the person providing service was providing service through Zoom, but that person is not listed in Torchlight's staff list. They are listed in Three Rivers staff list. They are listed under Torchlight as a staff member. They don't show up in Power School under that school. So we are concerned and a little bit confused about where staff actually are and who is actually delivering services. The previous EC director, as we have been informed, previous EC director, Ms. Andrews, is still listed in Ecats under Torchlight as as an EC teacher. She also shows up in Three Rivers Academy as an EC teacher with a caseload. She has no caseload in Torchlight, in Ecats. And then we have multiple teachers, again, listed in Ecats that do not show up on Power School list at all. And that's the very last page, that's the back of F1, and it rolls into F2. So those are folks that are in Ecats under Torchlight Academy that do not show up in Power School, under that school. Ashley talked about the assurances that the charter agreement includes. There are also assurances that federal grants are required to adhere to, and in particular for us, it's IDEA subrecipient grants, or the 611 grant, that is the school age grant for students with disabilities. And so document G is just something I've provided for you to review, G1 and 2. G1 through 3. These are assurances that were included in the 1920 IDEA grant application. There is also a requirement under 2 CFR, which is federal requirements around grant use. And I've attached that as G4, and it clearly states the conflict of interest issues that must not occur in regards to the use of federal grants. And then finally, we have, making sure of the year, I think this is the 2021 IDEA grant that was submitted, and the areas that are highlighted are areas that the Exceptional Children's Division feels creates assurances that are not being adhered to around conflict of interest, and their obligation and requirements that they commit to when they submit this grant to uphold and adhere to IDEA and to fully implement the law, which when you have continuous noncompliance is not implementing IDEA. And then finally, there have been some questions, so I was asked to do some research around the licensure for Ms. Andrews. All documentation that we have received has indicated that she is the EC director. Her contract indicates EC director. However, in her licensure, she only has a bachelor's degree, and her license is not meeting any of the requirements for an Exceptional Children Program administrator. Charter schools are not required to have an EC director that is fully licensed, but if they are calling someone a director, then we anticipate and expect that that person is meeting the criteria for an EC or Exceptional Children's Program administrator, and she clearly does not meet those requirements. I will take any questions you have at this time about any of these documents. I know that was a lot.
Ms. Thomas, can you explain maintenance of effort? What is maintenance of effort?
Sure. I'm going to explain it in very layman's terms. You have to ensure that you are not supplanting with federal money from back 3 years previously. You have to spend at least as much in state or local or a combination as you do in federal, so that you aren't supplanting by using all federal money and not local or state. And when you don't meet maintenance of effort, then you must repay the difference that you didn't meet back to the Department of Public Instruction, and that is returned to the federal government. The department also has to meet maintenance of fiscal support, and that's every agency in North Carolina that gets funding for special education or students with disabilities. We have to ensure we are also not spending more in federal than we do in state dollars. We have no local at the state level. Did that clarify?
I think so. What kinds of things qualify to meet the requirement for maintenance of effort?
Sure. It would be covering us, if you're covering one teacher with federal dollars, covering another teacher with state dollars, and it doesn't have to be 50-50, but that's just an example. You have to show that you're using state or local funding to contribute to the delivery of special education services, to balance what you're receiving in federal dollars to support that as well.
Okay, so if you have a teacher that you are paying with state or local dollars, who is not a certified EC teacher, can that person be used to make maintenance of effort for federal dollars for EC?
They must be licensed. While charter agreements give flexibility for licensure, I think it's 50-50 for staff, there is no 50-50 for implementing IDEA. So all teachers delivering special education services must be licensed as an EC teacher and have a current license, or be working on a current license if they're in some provisional status. That is non-negotiable. And when teachers are not licensed, then any federal dollars paid for that person's salary has to be reimbursed as well, because they've used funds that they were not allowed to use at any school.
If a teacher who's not licensed provides services, do those services then count for students who receive the services?
Technically, no. If there's a finding that services were being delivered by a currently non-licensed EC teacher, then typically there's compensatory education owed. There's something that has to be done to make up that time of instruction. It may not be hour for hour, but there must be a corrective action to provide services by a licensed special ed teacher, currently licensed special ed teacher.
Okay, you mentioned that there were 61 instances. I wasn't sure whether you said instances or pages. I kind of got
Pages. There were 61 pages.
Pages, 8.5 by 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Pages, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Of altered documents. And then you said, the one example you showed us was a student who started in Wilson,
Yes, ma'am.
eventually ends up at Torchlight, and you said that the IEP was developed in Wilson, was modified for Torchlight. So how should that have been handled?
There should have been a new IEP. If there was not a current IEP, there should have been an IEP meeting. Data should have been brought forth to determine the present level of academic and functional performance. There should have been documentation reviewed of progress monitoring, students' level of access of the previous goals, and then a new IEP written with the IEP team, and then determination of services to be delivered based on the IEP. So they needed an annual review in essence.
Would there ever be a situation where you inherit a child with an IEP, the IEP's expired, and you just extend the IEP, that there's not a process, that you can go in and just extend the IEP?
No, ma'am. If it's expired, there has to be a meeting to put that in compliance.
You also mentioned that the teachers who had access to records in Ecats.
Mhm.
Under what circumstances would a gen ed teacher have access to Ecats records?
It's a great question. They would have review because they are responsible for adhering to accommodations or modifications in that IEP that is to occur in the general ed setting. If they are in a co-teaching situation, they would need to know what those goals and objectives are. So they should have view only of any student that is in their classroom or on their caseload that is receiving special education and has an IEP. We used to have to make hard copies and run around the building. This is much easier now to give them electronic access.
If I may follow up, the document D is 1 page of 61 pages.
Correct.
Altered documents. How many, you may have said this, how many students does that actually account for?
I think there were 22, let me find my note. I think it was 22 of 60 students at the time had been altered.
Would those
Yeah.
alterations require an IEP meeting, or is it just clerical stuff that you saw?
They were not clerical errors. It was changing dates on IEPs, adjusting other items, but no documentation of a meeting to do such. We're missing the process documentation, like I talked about earlier. So no invitation, no prior written notice, no summary of the meeting, just a change of date on an IEP.
On E10, you redacted names.
Yes.
So just for clarification, to follow up on what I just asked, is were all the required signatures there, to your knowledge, on that?
Yes, they were.
The training that you mentioned for Ecats that was required to have access to Ecats,
Yes.
would that training have covered the fact that you can't change the dates?
Yes, ma'am. It's about the special education process. It's about documentation through the system of how we go through that flow of process from referral to development of an IEP and then implementation and progress monitoring. So
Does everyone who gets access to Ecats, including gen ed teachers or whoever has access, even if it's view only, who has to do that training? At what level do you have to do the training?
all teachers using the system are required to be trained. Many of our public school units have developed trainers within their system, and they are responsible for conducting that training. We have a situation at this school where there wasn't training even, that was conducted until the fall of 2021. And so at that point, we requested that anyone getting any special ed teacher getting access go through that module training, because we had concerns about there being appropriate support in that school to deliver that full training within the system. There have been other charter schools in particular that have totally changed staff and don't have someone on board that went through the training, 2 years ago. And we're asking them to go through that module training as well. We're actually working now on an internal process that we will share out with the field about those expectations, because we do have turnover. But when you have turnover and no one's left in that building that's been through training to know how to access the system, there's got to be a way for them to get training, and right now it's through those modules they can access through Canvas.
When a staff member takes the training, am I correct that there would be a digital footprint that they
Yes.
actually set up a username ID, logged in, completed the
Yes.
modules, and so forth? So there's no one going to take the training without you
Correct.
knowing about it?
We can see backdoor who is in that training module system, in that Canvas system. It also generates a list of who's completed those modules, and then each of those individuals actually get a certificate of completion. So when they've completed all the modules, they are sending us that printout that they've completed all the modules successfully, and we're giving them access then.
Has there been a situation where representatives from the school said they completed the training, but you have no record of it?
Yes, that happened, and it's in that earlier documentation from when I was here before. But Ms. Andrews sent an email stating that, and I don't remember the date, I can go back and find it for you, but she indicated that she had completed the training, but we could see that she had not completed that training. She did complete the training in the fall of 2022 after our visit to those schools in September.
Fall of 21.
Fall of 21, sorry. Months and dates are starting to run together. I apologize. Thanks for that catch.
Can I have some clarity to document A?
Sure.
And some of this you may have gone over, but just for clarity, I'm gonna ask a few questions on each of the sections.
Okay.
So the 5 student sample, first off, process-wise, that's a request by you guys to,
It's part of, this was a regular monitoring visit in February of 2020. Everyone's on a 5-year cycle, and this was their 5-year cycle program monitoring compliance. And we randomly pick a sampling of students. We don't review every record. And so for a school the size of Torchlight Academy, 5 was the random sampling that we pulled.
so of those 5 students, all 5 were in, well, 3 had withdrawn and the other 2 were non-compliant.
Correct,
That I'm seeing it.
correct.
And then how about the 50 students, or 50 student
Well,
records, is that?
one correction, that number 1 bullet, 3 have withdrawn, 1 has had consent for services revoked,
Oh, that's right.
and 1 is still,
So none of the 5 had a complete.
as of our last review, which was Friday. No, it's
And-
not fully, again, there may be additional paperwork, but the compliance has not been met.
So that's over 5. And if we go to the 50 student records, first off, does that 50 mean all of the records, or is that another sampling?
That was, at that point, that's when we made our unannounced visit. And so we pulled we pulled
Every
50 records, and I believe that was all records available at that time
And
in September of 2021.
when I look through A through F there, do I add those up as a sum, or is there overlap?
There is some overlap because more than one thing might have happened to a particular record.
Okay. So we have a significant number of those were non-compliant,
Yes,
which was explained through A through F there.
yes.
And then when I look through the 11 meetings that you guys looked at, again, how does, is that just what occurred from that time? Is that every meeting from 11:24 to 11:30?
That was just that window of time, yes, sir.
And that was after they had hired a new
Yes,
person who was going to try to get them towards compliance, which we were promised in a separate note that it was, that they were compliant. And you guys took a deep dive into those 11 students, and I'm seeing here were any of those meetings deemed to be compliant and done, within the process, or full process?
I don't see that noted there. I will go back and check on that. I don't
Because
know
when I look
that
at
answer.
C, D,
Right.
E, you know, the word all is used, so
Right.
I'm coming to the conclusion that none of those were fully compliant.
I believe we would have not used the word all if there had been records compliant.
Okay,
And,
so-
and that program monitor has continued to review as documentation shows up in Ecats to see if we can check somebody off that list of non-compliance.
All 11, okay. And then
But
when
I
we
will
look-
check to see if any of those were compliant of the 11.
And then if we look at number 4, the 8 students in Ecats, again, help us with the 8 there.
There were 8 students that we found in looking at their child count for December of 2021 that were showing eligible, but then when you went back into the student document, they were still altered documentation, altered records without documentation of the process. So those were pulled from their child count, off their child count. They were not reported in child count for them for December
Okay.
of 2021.
Is that typical? Is that, how does,
That's pretty high, especially for a smaller school. There's also a process that's expected, so child count is due for federal child count December 1, for state count April 1, but it's not reported as finalized until the 20th of either December or April. So you've got a window of time to clean up, catch things you didn't catch, make corrections. It's not atypical that there are errors, but many times it's a technical correction. They've put in a wrong date, or they've put the wrong initial, or there's just been some quirky, something they didn't do, or somebody forgot to upload the documents, but there's a hard copy that shows that happened November the 30th.
but
So-
this is nearly 20% of their head count,
Yes,
and
sir.
it's after hiring
Yes, sir.
an individual to come lead this charge.
And I said this before, and I truly believe they want to fix the problems. But what I continue to see is that there's a focus on fixing paperwork and not fixing a process. And that's one of the things we did discuss back at that December the 14th, I think it was, phone call we had, was make sure your EC teachers know what those processes are. You know, make sure they are clear on what an EC teacher needs to do to prepare for that meeting. Make sure those documents are generated, or someone is generating those documents. And I think they've worked really hard to fix paper, but we haven't fixed the process yet there. And that's why I think we still continue to see the non-compliance.
And then the last question I have is on document B with regard to the licensure, the license of teachers. I'm seeing 3 out of 3 there were not licensed. Of the entire EC staff, how many are licensed, how many aren't?
I'm not sure I can give you a very clear answer to that right now, because we've had difficulty really tracking down the exact list of EC teachers for that school. When I mentioned that when I went through that grid, we're still not sure who is providing special ed services 100% with confidence at Torchlight Academy.
Are we sure that they have some EC licensed teachers on staff? At
Yes,
all?
yes, they do.
have
They
some.
do. They have several. They have several that are licensed. I'm looking at F1, and we have confirmed the licensure. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 teachers that I believe are in both Power School and Ecats that are listed as licensed teachers. But that's where one of those teachers, as I mentioned, we were told is providing EC services at Three Rivers, but is listed as a general ed teacher in Torchlight.
But you have 3 you know that were listed that are, that.
They're 4.
Or 4.
They're 4.
That are not,
Yes.
okay, all right.
I have
Thank you.
a follow-up, if I may. I'm sorry, do you want to go?
No,
I've asked a couple
No,
questions.
please go, because
I'm going to grab water if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
go ahead.
Thank you.
So the school's been known that it's in non-compliance for some time now, and made aware of these issues.
They were notified at at the end of their compliance monitoring visit, which was in February of 2020. They had a debriefing and were told then that there were non-compliant issues. And then their letter of non-compliance they received in April of 2020. So yes, sir.
Has at any time during that time, you've had communications with the staff, clearly you shared email communications, staff of the school. There's been communications with the EMO itself. Has there been a time where anyone on the board who actually holds the charter has contacted your office for insights, requests for assistance? Do you recall any communication from the board itself about how do we correct this situation?
No, sir, I do not recall receiving any, and I don't believe staff have received any, but I will confirm that for you.
Thank you.
I believe they would have shared that had they been contacted by a board member, but I have not.
On document B,
Yes,
time
ma'am.
and effort,
Mm-hmm.
so they submitted their semi-annual certification, listing these three people as being paid out of,
Oh, that was under maintenance of effort, those three people.
on the top.
Time and effort, we had a document, but no staff names.
So this says initially submitted semi-annual certification was October, that the following personnel were paid from IDEA PRC.
I'm sorry, you're down there. I apologize. I'm looking under time
Okay.
and effort.
Okay,
So,
so these
Yes.
three people are on the semi-annual certification as being
Correct.
paid by PRC 60, which is the EC funds.
it said local PRC 60,
Okay,
and that was,
because it was designed to match the maintenance of effort.
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay.
But it's, the coding did say local PRC 60, but the problem is they're not delivering special education. If they are, they're not licensed to deliver special education, so they can't be counted in the local maintenance of effort for special ed.
I have a question on, going back to document D,
Okay?
which is the one of the 61 pages. So just so I want to make sure I understand how Ecats works. So in order to make these changes on these 61 pages, what mode or user mode was these changes made in?
What level of user authority you had? She had admin 4.
Is that the
Which-
highest level?
I think 5 is actually the highest level, but EC director or EC coordinator at a charter school is typically an admin 4, and then they are able to give other folks access. It makes them the local entity administrator of Ecats instance for that school in essence.
So it allows, so admin 4 allows you to go in and make changes where,
Yes.
and isn't the system set up that if you're following the right procedures and you talked about the processes,
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't need to go into admin 4, you would just have to follow, like, you have to follow that
If you follow the process, it feeds the documentation in, and yes, it creates that new document. These were altered dates and information that basically was on the backside. That's not a good technical IT term, but they weren't creating new documents. They were just changing. They were editing documents, or she was editing documents and making changes instead of uploading the new IEP. An IEP's date was changed to make it the next year's IEP.
So
Is
it
that-
would have been better to follow that process.
Correct.
In Ecats, because it forces you to upload the documents that are required to upload the dates to create
Correct.
the trail
It-
of what's
the-
needed, is that correct?
Yes, IDEA process was not followed. When you just change a date, the reason that authority level is there is if there is a technical correction that needs to be made. And instead of having to do a whole new IEP meeting to change somebody's date or middle initial or grade that got somehow imported wrong, those admins have that authority. I can tell you it's not used frequently. It's there as a safety net for them to make those corrections so they don't have to redo a whole meeting because somebody messed up something in a document. And that was not what this was used for.
Okay. So admin 4 is really just to make minor corrections that
Correct.
maybe you typed in the wrong date. at
Not
one
to
point,
change the process, correct?
Because it's designed that you start at the beginning and move all the way through
Yes,
the program.
yes. And Ecats is set up, we built this in a compliance format, so technically you shouldn't be able to move forward in a process unless you are following the process and you've done the appropriate documentation. So if there's not an invitation, and a lot of these you'll see, no invitation. So there always has to be an invitation before there's an IEP meeting, and it's got to be in a timely manner. And so those kind of business rules are built into the system. So creating new documents, you can't move forward unless you're following the process.
So again, it's unusual to see 61 pages of
Yes, ma'am.
admin 4
Yes.
changes.
Changes.
Especially for 60 kids. You mentioned that there, that the changes appear to be near the time of a head count. Were
We-
these changes that would affect whether or not a child could get counted in the head count?
Yes, ma'am. Some of the changes that we discovered when we went back for that second dig after January, to see if there were other issues we had missed, or if there was, if there was compliance that had happened that we had not found. There were multiples and again, I'm happy to give you this 61-page document, but you can see in there's a lot of traffic and activity right before December 1 of 2020. And then again, when we actually found them as part of their supporting their monitoring visit in July of 21.
Would those changes, though, have changed the number of kids who qualified, therefore changing the amount of money that, that was associated with it?
It could have, yes.
Could you remind us of the relationship between the federal government, the state government, and oversight of these programs?
Sure. So the Special Education Department is the Office of Special Education Programs, which is a division of the Department of Education at the federal level. And they provide oversight to each SEA, or State Education Agency, which is DPI, to ensure the provision of IDEA. And as a state, and in particular as the Exceptional Children's Division responsible for that for the state of North Carolina, we have to follow our general supervision requirements. And in those requirements, it includes monitoring both fiscal and programming, ensuring there's appropriate licensure, ensuring that free and appropriate public education is delivered in the least restrictive environment, all those lovely terms and acronyms. But we have that requirement, as well as the federal reporting that we must do with data collected from each of our public school units. So our supervisory arm is the Office of Special Education, and they don't supervise as much as they provide guidance and regulations that we must then implement. And that we must implement and ensure through our monitoring process, through our dispute resolution process, that students are receiving a free and appropriate public education. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Can I follow up that question then, Terry, if you don't mind?
please do.
So what would be if that's the case, what would be the ramification if things like this weren't addressed by the state?
We could have our funds withheld. We could be given a provisional grant in the next year. They could do an on-site monitoring, a special monitoring of us and our records and our processes. The biggest impact is that they do have the leverage to either delay or withhold funds or require payback of federal funds
For who?
for the state.
For the state?
Yes, sir. Which would, in essence, impact all special education services across the state,
In every school.
every school.
Some of us have not been on CSAB as long as others. Can you remind me, how long have you been in your position?
I have been in this position since January of 19. I was interim director from October to January. I've been at the department for almost 14 and a half years in this Exceptional Children's Division.
Have you seen anything that in your history, the time here, around non-compliance, not receiving documents, altering of records?
I can't say that I have.
Can you describe the practical effect this has on children and their education? Because it's been all paperwork, but talk, in your experience, what kind of effect this has on the education that we are tasked with providing children in the state?
We have no clear indication that there is rigorous instructional practices happening. When we did make a visit in September, the team that was there asked to visit some classrooms with students with disabilities, and were told by the principal, not Dr. McQueen, but another principal, that he did not know who those students were, and so they could not observe any students receiving services. But when we see processes not being followed, it does cause us concern that there is also not the delivery of appropriate special education in the setting. We should have progress monitoring if that's happening. That should be uploaded to support an IEP development or to support a reevaluation, and we're just not seeing it.
Any other questions for EC? Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I realize we kept you a long time. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, we have federal programs.
Hey, good morning, CSAB. I am Dr. Latricia Townsend, and I serve as Division Director for the Federal Program Monitoring and Support Division. And so in terms of federal programs, we provide oversight to a number of programs. And so the first of which is our consolidated portfolio. What does consolidated mean? It is actually how we describe our use of the Every Student Succeeds Act funds. And so you are probably more familiar with a program such as Title I, which actually falls under this. I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. We also have 21st Century Learning centers, and that actually does fall under the ESSA Act as well, but I have separated it out because we treat that a little bit differently. And then the last portion that falls under our purveyance are some of the pandemic recovery funds, the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, or the ESSER funds. And I've noted entitlement and or competitive. And so with entitlement, of course, the number of funds that they will receive would depend on their student population, as well as the actual makeup of their student population, as well as the sheer number of students that they have. So for a little bit more information about the ESSA portfolio, it covers the funds that are listed, or the programs that are listed here, and the ones that you see in bold are the ones that are provided to Torchlight. So Title I, which really seeks to close achievement gaps for students who are considered to be low income. Title II, that really supports effective instruction, and so that's typically used for teacher or principal professional development. Title III, that services our English language learners. And then the last title that they actually receive funds for is Title IV, I call this the well-rounded education piece. And so within this, often schools seek to increase the level of technology that they are able to provide, the arts, AP courses, IB. It just depends on how the school wants to do that. To give you a greater sense, within North Carolina, this amount of funding for our entire state is about $700 million. And Torchlight receives about $260,000 for Title I, $37,000 for Title II, $19,000 for Title III, and $19,000 for Title IV. For 21st century learning communities, the state actually receives about $35 million for this particular program. It is a competitive grant. And in terms of Torchlight, they have been a recipient of 2 cohorts. And so when we run our competitions, entities come on board for a period of 3 years. You will see in cohort 3, there is an extra year that's there. The federal government actually granted a waiver that extended the period of availability. And so no additional funds. However, if there was carryover, those funds could actually be utilized. And so you see the amounts there. They wrote their grant for cohort 13. It was to support their elementary students. In cohort 14, it was to support their middle school students. And then in terms of our ESSER funds, the state of North Carolina received about $5.6 billion. And Torchlight, in all, when you look across all the various fund sources, it's a little over $3 million that they would have access to. And this actually these funds actually were started in 2020. And the last batch of those funds, ESSER 3, they go through September 30th of 2024. And so just trying to give you an idea, a lay of the land. And so this particular graphic is going to serve as an orientation point. Within federal programs, we do 3 main things. We do grants administration, technical assistance, and compliance monitoring with an asterisk. So in terms of grants administration, the applications from each entity, whether it be a charter or an LEA, those come to us, and our staff would actually review those applications to ensure that the strategies that an entity wants to use are in alignment with the program as the federal government has written it. The other thing we do is technical assistance. We want people to be successful as they are doing this, and so we provide technical assistance in a myriad of manners. And then in terms of compliance monitoring, there's an asterisk there. Within federal programs, we do 1 main type, and then for one of the programs, we do 2. And I think you heard my colleague Sherry Thomas say that we are responsible for doing both programmatic as well as fiscal monitoring as an SEA. In federal programs, for the consolidated application as well as for the pandemic recovery, we provide programmatic monitoring. In other words, are you using the funds in accordance to how the program was written in law? And then for our 21st century program, we do both the programmatic monitoring as well as the fiscal monitoring. Fiscal compliance monitoring is actually done by our colleagues in the monitoring and compliance section, run by Ms. Shirley McFadden, and I believe you'll hear from her. She'll be able to share some insight in terms of how she conducts compliance monitoring. And so we are joined at the hip. So what's happening on the program side, and then now what is happening on the fiscal side. And so in the next portion, we'll talk a little bit about grants administration. When we look at grants administration, we use a system called the Comprehensive Continuous Improvement Plan, or CCIP. And so within CCIP, it allows us to be able to have an idea of, it comes with time stamps, date stamps. We know exactly who at a specific entity is actually making the request in the system. And so all federal funds at the agency are applied for through this system, including the EC funds. And so, as I stated, you actually will be using a sign-in. It's the NCID. It allows you to securely sign into the system, and it tracks your actions. It tracks them by user, and I'm able to determine when those requests were made and by whom. Users are actually provided a series of roles within the system. And the two that I'll highlight today are the Fiscal Representative and the Chief Administrator. And so the Fiscal Representative in a charter school or in a LEA, that is typically your finance director. The Chief Administrator, in many cases, it could be a superintendent, it could be the head of a CMO if they have actually brokered those services out. It just depends. But basically, the person who acts as the fiscal representative is attesting that they have looked at the budgets and they properly match and are in alignment. The chief administrator is the person who does the final submission that says the application is correct and the fiscal portion was correct. It is not required, but best practice actually has a lot of checks and balances in place to make sure that no one is just pushing things through. And so if you will turn to the next slide, you will see for Torchlight, the roles are held by Dr. Cynthia McQueen. She acts as both the fiscal agent as well as the chief administrator. Okay, and then now we'll move into technical assistance. I really want to make sure that I highlight and underscore the fact that we work really hard to make sure that entities are aware of how to proceed forward as they're working with their grants. We have a regional program administrator across our various programs. And so we have a regional program administrator for the consolidated portfolio. And so for all of the 8 regions, there is a program administrator that services just that region. The same is true with 21st Century as well as our ESSER funds. So it's a dedicated person that is available to answer questions by phone, online, or in person if requested. We also provide a series of written guidance. And so in your materials, you will see a federal programs handbook. We actually have that in print as well. So we have a federal programs handbook that was given out at our new Directors Institute this past summer. It also is posted on our website and has been sent out through our listserv that goes out every Friday. We also, with these federal funds, especially these pandemic recovery funds, there have been a series of programs that have come about. And every time a new program comes out, you will, PRC 163 all the way through 170 was all ESSER 1. When those programs come out, there is a webinar that is held that helps people understand how to fill out their application and then to understand what the allowable uses are for that set of funds. We also offer regional and annual meetings for each program. And then on the 21st Century side, we also offer monthly lunch and learns. So there is no dearth of available assistance to make sure that individuals know what to do. And so now, and then also in your packet, there was the program guidance for 21st Century. And so that was there as well. And then now moving into compliance monitoring. I want to really underscore the fact that we give a significant amount of notice as it relates to monitoring. So when we think about monitoring happening, it's done, and I'll talk about that a little bit more on this cycle, on the next slide. But when we look at monitoring, it's done over a 4-year period, and you know that monitoring is going to happen, so there are no surprises. And so in terms of Torchlight, they received a consolidated monitoring in March of 2021. They also received a programmatic monitoring for ESSER in December of 2021. And then in terms of 21st Century, they received their latest monitoring in January of 2022. And so a little bit about how we came to monitor them then. In terms of Consolidated, we are on a 4-year cycle. And so our 4-year cycle just ended last year, and so this year begins a new cycle. So Torchlight was actually monitored as part of our last cycle. They were part of our last cycle, and they are actually, we do what's called a risk assessment. And within that risk assessment, we look at a variety of factors to determine your level of risk. And so when you start looking at uniform guidance, it states that a state agency must evaluate a subsidient's risk of noncompliance with federal statutes, regulations, and terms and conditions of the subaward from the purposes of the determining appropriate subrecipient monitoring. And so I'm required to make sure that I monitor in the order of your level of risk. And so when we look at our risk assessment, we look at a couple of things. We look at the sheer amount of money that you are receiving as either a charter or as an LEA. We look at the last time in which you were monitored. We look at the staffing that you have. So if you have a new director, either as a federal programs or as a finance director, it is your level of risk does increase. And so based on that, when we look in this new 4-year monitoring cycle, Torchlight would have actually come up in year 1. However, we do have a rule in place to put undue burden on an LEA or a charter. You can't be monitored 2 years in a row for Consolidated. So for those purposes, they will be monitored in the following year. So year 2 of the new monitoring cycle. ESSER funds, they actually go through September 30th of 2024. And we started our monitoring in the 2021 school year. And so we had about 20 entities that we monitored in the spring of 21. And then now Torchlight is part of that second wave or the second year, and they were monitored in December. And then 21st Century, I keep separating them because they are an entirely different beast. It is competitive, and that risk assessment is done yearly. And so the type of monitoring that particular program receives varies a little bit when you compare it to the others. And so now I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about what we, thank you. Before I go into their individual monitorings, we tell you, for instance, we tell you 4 years in advance, you're going to be monitored in year 1. So you might not know exactly when you're monitored, but you know you're getting a monitoring that year. At the beginning of the year, we then will tell you, you will now be monitored in March. And then at least 30 days prior to your monitoring, we give you the exact date that we're coming. We don't want it to be a surprise. We also provide you with instruments that are included in your materials that show you exactly what we're going to be looking for. We provide examples of sample documentation that you could provide to show compliance. And so my goal is to make sure in federal programs that we are always transparent, that we tell you ahead of time what it is that we are working to actually observe. And so prior to the monitoring, there will be a due date. And so within that time, the entity is allowed to present documentation. So we've provided a sample list across all of the elements, regardless of what program it is. They would then provide those documents to us, and our program administrator that's assigned to, say, Torchlight, they would go through those materials and determine which things meet compliance. And then when we actually do our on-site or virtual monitoring, we then will gather additional information. So if there are questions that we found as we actually did our document review, we have an opportunity to ask questions. They're able to provide additional documentation at that time. We get an opportunity during our interviews. We try to talk to all stakeholders. And so we want to talk to parents. We want to talk to teachers, administration, just to make sure that we have a well-rounded view of how the specific programs are being implemented. After we leave the on-site, our program administrator then works to compile all of that information. They have 7 days to get that to one of our section chiefs, and that person would do an initial review, and then after that initial review, it would come to either the director or the assistant director for further review, and then an official letter would be sent. When that letter is sent out, that letter and report are issued within 30 days of that actual monitoring event that happened. So always trying to make sure that timeliness was attended to. And so at that point, we give you the letter and we say, here are the areas of deficiency that you need to address. We typically give you significant information as to what you could do to get back in compliance. We do realize that there are some times where you won't be able to have, so say for instance you were supposed to have parental engagement sessions and perhaps you did not do that. You can't go back and do that in past time, but what we would accept as compliance would be an action plan as to how you are going to get in compliance, and you're going to say hold those sessions in the future. And so again, everything is designed to make sure that it's not a gotcha. And so within those 30 days, if we do not get information back, we would then issue another letter to say we need additional documentation. I will say with Torchlight, the issue that we've continued to face is that they would provide us with documentation. However, it would not be sufficient, or when we are going through the documentation, it would not be orderly. So you provide us with a Google Drive that has files on it, but it's hard to really reconcile and determine what goes with what. Best practice is if you were providing information about a PD series, you'd have a listing of the PD series and you'd have it labeled so that we would be able to understand what it is that you're trying to prove with your documentation. And so I'll speak a little bit about the consolidated monitoring. And so you'll see on this slide, you see the highlights of the programs that we looked at. Although the instrument would contain information about all the consolidated programs, we only would look at the ones for which funding was received. In their initial monitoring with Dr. Tina Henson, we do see that 15 findings were noted and there were 6 recommendations. In your materials, there is a copy of this. I do want to note that since the time of this, Dr. Tina Henson actually retired. She left DPI after over 30 years of service as a public educator. And so we thank her for her service. And so after some time, we were able to actually fill that position. And we then reached back out to Torchlight to make sure that this monitoring was actually closed out. And so at this point, it has been a back and forth to actually try to get us to the point where we could actually close this out. And so they have some additional information that is due on March 3rd. And so we are anticipating at that point that they will be providing us with information that outlines, in many cases, a plan for how they would move forward since they would not have the appropriate documentation to show compliance. ESSER, these are our pandemic recovery funds. They were monitored by Dr. Demisha Smith in December. And at that time, they were found to have 15 findings. And I did want to point out this particular one. although it's programmatic, there are some fiscal elements that come along with this particular monitoring. And so I do want to note, so for the ESSER monitoring, there are 3 basic strands that they had to look at. And so the first element was making sure that they have a plan in our CCIP system, a plan and an appropriate budget. And so in this case, while they might have a plan, we also are looking to see that they have begun to implement the strategies for which those funds are being provided. And so the finding for this particular monitoring report, as the monitor stated, Torchlight failed to provide sufficient documentation of implementation of activities funded by the grants listed above. And so those were all the ones 165, 169, 171, and 181. So we had the general ESSER funds that went out, and then we had some specialty areas that we actually looked at. And so we then provide to them required action for how they can get in compliance. And then element 2 in this case, the activities are being or have been monitored by the PSU to measure the effectiveness and allow for any needed adjustments. And so in this case, we expect them to be very introspective and begin to think about how those funds are having an impact on their teachers and their students. And so we did not find evidence that they were actually tracking the efficacy of those funds. And then in terms of, and I know you'll hear from Shirley McFadden, but I did want to note in our monitoring, element 3, the approved budgets and expenditures support the plans. And the finding states, Torchlight Academy failed to provide documentation showing budget amount, year-to-date expenditure, and balance for each line item of the PRCs listed above. Additionally, the October 2021 reconciliation report in the state budget system indicates that $19,708 in overspending from the line item for computer equipment occurred. And so we actually provide a way in which they could actually get in compliance. But I will let Ms. McFadden talk to you about that. And so if there's an overspent line item, the way to get in compliance is to pay those funds back. And so where are you gonna?
Just real quick, I just want to make sure that for clarification, findings means non-compliant, is that what you're saying?
That's correct. And so, and I should have explained that a little bit better. When we go out, there are a number of, so you could actually receive a couple of different ratings. And so one rating would be no findings, you're in compliance, everything matches up. The other thing you could get is no findings but recommendations. So in other words, we are providing you best practice as to how you could do this better. It's not saying that you're not in compliance, but you could do this better. And so just a room for growth. And then the other would be actually findings. And so if findings occur, you have to do something to actually get back in compliance. And so sometimes it's about documentation, sometimes it's about money. We do try to outline for you what you could do to actually make things better.
And that's the 30-day period, you have 30 days.
Correct, you got 30 days and then it switches to 7 days.
So the $19,000 overspent for computers, could they have done a program amendment that modified the budget?
No, ma'am. So each entity is provided a specific allotment. And so it tells you that this is the amount from this pot of funds that you can spend. And so in that case, they overspent that allotment.
Okay, so it wasn't like they got $3 million and they said we're gonna spend $20,000.
Right,
on
and I guess
computers,
it
but
might
they
have been
spent
misleading
39.
because I lumped them all together. So for each of the programs you're here, you see there PRC 163, 169. Each of those programs has a specific purpose for it. So there's an allotment policy that was approved by the state board that gave you a very narrow scope of what you could use those funds for. And so you can't just switch them across the various lines. I will say, I think where you're going is something that I wanted to point out when we get to the 21st century one. When we did their fiscal monitoring, one of the things that we saw was that when they went to draw down money, they didn't draw it down as they had budgeted. It came from various line items, and in some cases, they didn't have things budgeted. Because it's within the same budget family or that same PRC, they could have done a budget amendment to do that. But in the case of the computers, no, that means that they overspent the amount that was allotted to them. And the allotment is done based on whatever the allotment policy is. So sometimes it's based on, a lot of times it's based on their ADM. It could be based on poverty. It could be based on a number of elements, and each one you'd have to look at it specifically to know. But you can't overspend your line item because now you're spending money that would have been attributed to someone else. You're cutting into their portion of the pie.
How can you even draw down more money than you had? Like, I guess I'm not understanding how you could even get $19,000 that was more than the allotment.
So more likely you spent the money, and then when you went to do the drawdown, it was reflected that you were $19,000 over what you were allowed to spend. So I
Correct.
could have spent the money, is that?
Yes.
And then when I went to get the reimbursement for it or to report it, wait a minute, you're $19,000 over. So as a corrective act, the school has to pay the difference?
Correct. They would have to pay the difference, yes.
But wouldn't they have already spent it? I mean, I
Well,
guess
they
never
spent
actually
it,
got
they-
that money.
Right.
That extra 19,000 they never actually got. In
Well,
federal
they
funds.
would have they would have gotten it in the sense of they actually spent it, and then now if we're saying that it's overspent, we know that you spent it because you went into the system and drew it down.
Okay, so they did actually draw
Yes.
these funds down. Okay, that was what I was trying to find out.
Okay.
As
When-
part of your fiscal monitoring, do you compare the audit? Is the audit used also?
I don't understand what you
See
mean.
if
by
there are
that.
any
The annual
discrepancies
audit, the
with
school's
the
annual audit.
So I
Is that
don't,
part
in
of
my
it?
section, that would be a better question for Ms. McFadden, who actually does the fiscal compliance across all of the areas. We only do it just for just a very specific slice, and that's the 21st century.
Gotcha, thank you.
So, just to clarify a thing, we've had findings before, and I can tell you that when I get those findings, everybody's on pins and knees until we hit submit to get that thing done quick. How many schools do you know that were after the 30 days had not done what was necessary in the last fiscal year?
Very few,
Meaning what? What's an accurate? I mean, like just an estimate number.
maybe a handful.
When should they have had it closed out? When? Because I know you said there was a change in people in the middle.
Well, that was for Consolidated. So I can say that time frame in terms of just continuing to loop back continuously, that could have been done better. But I can tell you for the ESSER that happened in December, 30 days was December 21st. And so we've gone back a couple of times, and I will say they're compliant in terms of providing additional documentation. It's just not enough, and it doesn't necessarily always, it's still not meeting the mark of what we would consider to be in compliance.
Okay, so
So they made an effort.
but it still wasn't
No, ma'am.
compliant documentation. You said that one of the findings was that there was no programmatic documentation.
So for instance, if you look at, I think if you look at the consolidated monitoring that took place,
we go through and you give, on the slide, it just shows you the very, I guess, beginning or the table. But if you look in the Consolidated Monitoring Report, it actually shows you element by element where you have a finding, and then there's some text that begins to happen after that. So for instance, it tells you, I'll just read element 1, the charter school parent and family engagement policy, and then we give the ESSA citation. And then it says, Torchlight Academy has a parent and family engagement policy that includes all of the written components required by ESSA. The policy information is currently included in the 2021 Comprehensive Continuous Improvement Plan application and is also easily accessible on the school website. Although the policy is easily accessible and the website has the ability to translate to Spanish, this policy does not translate when a visitor to the site selects Spanish translation to the website. In addition, Torchlight supplied no evidence other than interview responses from parents and school leaders of stakeholder involvement in the annual evaluation and revision of the policy as cited in ESSA. And so it goes through and it shows you what the concern is, and then we say action required. Within 30 business days of receipt of this report, Torchlight must develop and submit the following. And then we list a copy of the invitations to stakeholders to become involved in the annual evaluation and possible revision of the parent and family engagement policy. Documentation, that would be a dated agenda, dated minutes, dated attendance records of a meeting where stakeholders have been given the opportunity to evaluate the existing parent and family engagement policy, a written plan that outlines and establishes protocols to be implemented annually to involve all stakeholders. And then an alternative language format document used for fulfilling the compliance of this element. And so we go item by item and tell you, here's the level of deficiency and this is how you can modify it or correct it.
Okay, so now in that particular case, you can't go back and create the meeting you didn't have.
Correct.
So then the alternative is, what's your improvement plan for,
Yes, ma'am.
so that this doesn't happen again?
Yes,
And that would then make you compliant.
yes.
Okay. I
And then
think
we
you
could do a spot check in a future year
Yeah,
to make sure that you now are continuing to keep, that you are now doing what you said you were going to do.
All right, and let's talk about 21st century, because I don't think we talked about them yet.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So for 21st century, as I stated for this, 21st century, there is a risk assessment that is done every year. 21st century, honestly, is one of our highest risk programs, just because it also not only does it include PSUs, it also includes community-based organizations such as churches, YMCAs, Boys and Girls Clubs. And so with that particular program, their accounting systems might not always be what it should be for a PSU. So again, this one requires a lot more oversight. And so hence a risk assessment is done yearly. And in this case, all 21st century programs actually receive some form of monitoring each year. So there was a programmatic monitoring done on January 13th. Eric Rainey was the lead monitor on that. And from that, there was just one finding that was noticed, and it was about making sure that their safety inspection is up to date. They simply uploaded into the system that they have not gotten their updated fire inspection because they were not able to get that scheduled due to a backlog with COVID. And so we still need to have that on file, and so we're still waiting for that. On the fiscal side, they initially began with 14 findings. Since that date, 5 have been resolved. We have received some additional documentation from them, and there will be a new letter that will be presented to them that shows their new estimated costs. But what I will say, just on the fiscal side, I've provided the report to you, so I will not go through and read. What I found on the fiscal side was a lack of good fiscal accounting procedures when we're talking about best practices. Having a system that would enable us to really see how each of those line items match, how each of their expenditures line up to the appropriate budget codes as desired. There was another example that I could actually provide in terms of findings. There was an issue as it relates to procurement. How do you go forth to try to find contractors? How do you go forth to try to make purchases? Do you have something in place? If someone wanted to purchase something, what process do they go through? And so we provided some information to them. We provided significant information. This format looks a little different from the others, but we provided information to them as to how they could actually improve on that side. I would say the major concern that we have, one of our strands actually does a transaction review. And during that transaction review, we found significant issues. For instance, within the transaction review, we actually pulled 2 months. So we pulled 2 months to actually review those transactions. When they presented information to us, when someone presents information to us, we're expecting a one-to-one correspondence from the expenditure that they made and the amount that they're choosing to draw down from the accounting system. That was not the case. And so we saw, when we looked across their items, they had areas in which they would go into the system and they would draw from budget line items from which they didn't have budgeted amounts. A good example would be teacher assistants. And so they would draw from the teacher assistant budget line. However, there was no documentation to show that they employed any teacher assistants for the 21st Century program. And so of the over $150,000 that they drew down, they only provided us with just over $13,000 of documentation. And they contend that the issue was they are a cohort 13 and a cohort 14, and I will accept that. However, within the system, it draws out of one accounting area. And so honestly, the way to be able to disaggregate what happened across the elementary program and the middle school program, a lot of that relies on the documentation that they're able to provide to show us what they're using those funds from. They have since provided additional documentation, and I don't have the official report. It just came across my desk Friday, and so have not had an opportunity to review everything, but it looks as if they have provided additional documentation, and the question cost that we will be asking to be returned to us is now $27,706.35. And if you'll go to the next slide, I have a history of issues as it relates to fiscal monitoring and Torchlight. So when we go back to the 1920 year, we found that they needed to pay back $27,000 at that point to get back into compliance, and so they brought us a check for $27,000. At the end of last year, remember, every 21st Century program received some type of monitoring. They were up for what we call a desk review. So a desk review is simply is similar to what I just discussed. We have the drawdowns, and then within those drawdowns, we actually will go through and we are reconciling those expenditures to what has been budgeted and what has been drawn. And in that case, they did have to pay back $3,330 as well as $4,999. And that had to do with a scope of work, something being out of scope of work. And another issue that we had was they were attempting to pay an entity that no longer exists according to the Secretary of State. And so those funds had to come back to us. And so I did provide, I guess later I did provide a copy of that particular document that shows that. Okay. I would say if I think about all the programs that are within federal programs, I still feel as if there's an issue as it relates to timeliness. So they'll give you the documentation, but it's still not sufficient. It's still not enough. And I feel as if our division has done a really good job of sharing with you what it is you would need to provide. And so just missing or insufficient, and across all the programs that are in my division, they remain out of compliance for all of them. On the 21st century side, I alluded to this, but what I found was just insufficient, unacceptable fiscal procedures, a lack of internal controls, just the record keeping. If you are going to draw money, there should be a proverbial file cabinet, whether it's an actual file cabinet, but I would hope not. There should be some type of electronic document that's a one-to-one correspondence that is going to say, you've added up all your receipts and now you tally up $1,000, then now I go into the system and I request $1,000. That's just not the case. And then for me, it's the financial system. Should be able to press a button and be able to provide documentation that shows how those expenditures align to those budget items. We still have an issue with question costs. This is something that is repetitive. We've seen it year after year. And then contracts. I've provided additional information in this presentation about contracts, missing information, out-of-date contracts, entities that cease to be in operation, and then conflicts of interest that in themselves are self-serving. And so what you see here is a screen grab from the CCIP system. You will see our fiscal analyst, Ashton Moss, going back and forth, asking for additional documentation for the contracts that are being presented. And so if you were to log into the system, you would see that this goes on for a while, and she just keeps pasting in, I need additional information on these contracts to be able to approve them. And what you see in purple there is a screen grab from our grant guidance that is again presented to you in your materials. And I do want to say a little bit about contracts. So again, we make such a huge effort to make sure there's the appropriate technical assistance provided. I went back and actually pulled documentation from our 21st Century Statewide Orientation and Technical Assistance meeting that happened on August 17th. And at that point, they did have a representative in place. That was Ms. Terry Clark, who serves as their program director. And at that time, we actually provided a presentation. And in that presentation, we basically went through our entire procedures. And so within that, beginning on slide 12, we began to talk about subcontractors and what and how they would need to govern themselves. And so we talk about what you would need to do depending on the size of the contract in terms of dollar amount. We do list on slide 13 of that presentation, contracts must be on company letterhead of the entity providing services and must contain clear and specific language regarding and it goes through step by step what you have to legally have in a contract. And so we have made this available to them. They had a representative that attended that. This PowerPoint was also sent out via our listserv. We send out a listserv we send out two listservs. We send out a consolidated listserv every Friday, as well as a 21st Century listserv that goes out Friday. So this information would have been provided on the listserv. It also appears on our federal programs website.
So, given all this and the fact that we're looking at not from 2019 at least forward, are they still able to draw down money?
The issue from 2019, like if they repaid the money, then you were considered to be in good standing.
Okay, so you
Now,
can start
and
over.
this information that is provided to you in this presentation, this is based on our current year. So within the current year, even though they received a promise, so to speak, for grant awards for 3 years, at the beginning of each year, you still have to fill out a grant application. And so this was their grant application for this year. And so at the beginning of this year, and honestly, I've been on board in my position since March of 20. And one of the things that I asked staff to do, and in collaboration with Section Chief, Ms. Susan Brigman, who really helps operate this program, we wanted to make sure that some of these issues related to contracts didn't come back to bite us. So we really have done a good job of updating our procedures. And so we ran into some contractual issues with Torchlight in the 1920 school year when I first got here in March of 20, and some contracts, they were wanting to receive funds on the basis of those contracts. We were reviewing them on the back end. And so one of the things that we worked to do was to increase our staffing for that program and to make sure that we're doing things on the front end. So they still do not have an approved application for this school year, although they've submitted it a couple of times, because they don't have those contracts in order. And so we can't approve them based on a couple of things. And so on the next slide, there is a contract that they submitted for janitorial services. And so they initially submitted the contract. After they submitted the contract, initially it was out of date. It was out of date. There's another issue that I'll discuss shortly, but it was out of date. And so instead of getting a new contract, and it's hard for you to see on this slide, on the next slide, but they simply just added a cover page. It's almost like the first few copies are just an old contract that they've barely updated, and then they added this brand new cover page. And so the ask for them, if you go back and look in the CCIP history log, the ask was that you get a new contract that's on the letterhead of the entity that is going to be providing you the service. And so this one also, I would have to skip ahead, but this one, I'll discuss it while it's there. It also serves as an issue with conflict of interest. And I'll discuss that in a bit, but this contract is with the son-in-law of Mr. McQueen, and it also lists the address on the actual header page to a property that Mr. McQueen owns. And so just constant issues with that. The next slide, that was where I was saying that the issue with the desk review, that was the actual documentation where we actually asked for funds to come back to us because they attempted to contract with an entity that no longer exists. And then on the next slide, I want to talk more about conflicts of interest. And so my colleague talked about conflicts of interest. We're both federal awardees, and so we are still bound by what you see in uniform guidance in terms of conflicts of interest. And so we find, I'll just present two. One I just discussed, but if you'll go to the next slide. In the 1920 school year, Mr. McQueen added or asked for funds to be remitted to him for us to rent a space. So, for 21st Century. So he operates during the day Torchlight Academy. And he wanted 21st Century to actually pay him for the use of Torchlight Academy to be used for 21st Century. And so when we actually involved legal, one of the things that we noted was that the company to which he wanted to rent from was actually the company that he owns, which is SOD Holdings. And so we denied that request in the 1920 school year, and then here we are again in the 21-22 school year. When we look at his application, he again is now asking for us to pay for renting the space in Torchlight Academy, and it is to that same entity to which we denied access to those funds 2 years ago. And then the lovely sanitation, I just mentioned that. It is the son-in-law who is being contracted with.
I guess I need some clarification on the whole renting thing. So the space where the 21st Century program was actually going to be held was physically in Torchlight's building?
Yes, ma'am.
But they wanted the 21st Century grant to lease that space for that period of time.
Yes, ma'am.
But the people they were paying to lease it actually was Mr. McQueen's company.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm coming back to this question again.
Okay, and then the
At
last.
what point is it that you can no longer keep getting money?
And they don't have access. They can't get any money until the application would be approved, and the application is not approved.
I have a question just on the previous slides. How prevalent are these type of issues across the state? I know that there's private organizations that can access 21st Century grants and schools can access them. Is this something that happens a lot, or you do not see this very often?
I wouldn't say a lot, but it does come across, and moving to a system of looking at contracts, looping in our legal counsel when necessary to actually check things. One of the things we also ask for is we actually ask about the individuals that work in the program. So we try to get an understanding of where the conflicts of interest might lie. We did have an entity that wanted to do that in the Charlotte area, and we denied it. And so we try our best to make sure that we are reviewing and we're catching it, but it is not a widespread occurrence.
Out of curiosity, are you or anybody that works with you familiar with Inspiring Hearts? The background, it's the company that was denied, or is no longer?
Because they don't exist.
Because they don't exist, or is that an unfamiliar entity to you?
I'm not familiar with them. And then my last slide was just to really reiterate what we do in federal programs, which of course is grants administration, technical assistance, and compliance monitoring. And then I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Does in federal programs but in the 21st Century, particularly in this case, is there a provision to allow for people who are related to each other to work so for charter schools it has to go to the board and the board has to vote?
You have to disclose it. It's the same, you have to disclose it. And there has to be documentation in place.
How did you find out that Mr. McQueen owned this building? Was that disclosed in the information that was presented?
No, as the fiscal analysts were reviewing, they're checking contracts, so they're checking Secretary of State, they're checking addresses, they're checking to make sure there aren't any apparent conflicts of interest that come to light as they review.
Can I just ask you to summarize? You started this presentation with areas of oversight, and there were 3 areas that you, I guess, are charged with in terms of oversight. And I guess, am I to understand that in all 3 areas, there were findings that have been unresolved?
They are all unresolved.
And then back to the question that was asked earlier, with regarding to, and I'm asking this actually for a little bit of a different purpose. In terms of CSAB and our ability to support situations like this, how common is it that you'll have 3 out of 3 with 3 out of 3 of your areas of oversight with findings that are unresolved, and does that always then make it back to us? And I guess I'm asking that second part as curiosity.
I think one of the things that this situation taught us is to really rely on the interconnectedness that exists within the agency. And so one of the things that we have started doing, which seemed like a no-brainer, when letters go out in terms of findings, we have a better system for ensuring that the Office of Charter Schools is aware of those items. In the past, it's just really been, if there was something that was egregious, we would reach out. But now, literally every time a charter one comes up, we now have a true process to make sure that they're aware of what's going on. So that additional support can be provided, not only from federal programs, but also from the Office of Charter Schools.
Do you have other schools that have every area of your oversight with unresolved findings? Like all 3 areas? Do you have other schools that you're supporting?
I feel like this is a perfect storm, and remember, 21st century is competitive, and so not everybody gets it. So typically it would just be the 2. I would say no, but again, we've thrown in 21st century, which is not something that everybody gets. I think for me, it's not even an issue of findings. Like the money side, you've got to get that taken care of. But on the programmatic side, we want to work with you. We want to help you create enduring systems so that you don't have compliance issues on the program side. We want you to use the money well. So I would say on the program side, it's a matter of having continued dialogue and really sitting down. My staff would come with you and work with you to do that, but it's a matter of reaching out and asking us to do that. But to really answer your question in terms of widespread noncompliance across multiple areas, I would say the answer is no.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Townsend? Thank you, Dr. Townsend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
EC was going to,
Yeah, Ms. Thomas says she has a
yeah.
clarification.
Very quickly, the question around document A, number 3. Yes, all 11, all 11 students who had meetings conducted during that time frame still had noncompliance. And I do want to clarify, I said I thought there was an admin 4. That's actually a state level, so admin 5. Admin 4 is the highest level any PSU can have in Ecats with an administrator level.
Okay, we need to hear from Financial Business Services, but we also need to take a break. Have they fixed the issues with taking breaks around here?
Yes, okay, yeah.
been
Supposedly the
fixed?
bathrooms are working better now.
There were no working toilets in this
If not, you
place.
might have to go to a different floor.
Short break, FPS, then we break
For
lunch.
for lunch, and then we'll do the after.
5 minutes.
I don't even know what time it is, but if we could take like 5 minutes, you guys, that's assuming we can find a working toilet. We are reconsidering the timeline. We are going to go ahead and break for lunch now. We will come back in an hour, I guess. What time is it? It's currently 12, so, geez, we can't really make that long. Do you guys think we can do 30 minutes? Do you think we can do 30 minutes? Okay, so we'll be back, we'll reconvene at 1:30, and FBS will, then present, followed by the, whatever presentation from Torchlight, and then we'll do questions and answers at the end. So we'll be back at 1:30.
Do you wanna do 120?
Oh, we have to, huh?
Do you wanna do 120? Be back at 120 instead of 130?
Yeah, that only gives us 20 minutes. Can we do that 20 minutes? 20 minutes will work for you guys? Will it? 20? Yeah.
Let's do it.
120. We'll be back at 120.
Okay, 120. We're
Okay,
waiting for
welcome
me.
back. Hopefully everybody had a nice lunch break. And I guess we are starting with financial business services. Is that Shirley McFadden first?
Yep, let me just get the slideshow up.
Good afternoon, Shirley McFadden, Monitoring and Compliance Manager, here representing School Business Services. I did want to introduce you to LaShawn Creech first, though. LaShawn Creech is a student accountant here at DPI. She's actually going to share with you the results of the student accounting review that was conducted on site last week before we talk about the other fiscal issues.
Good afternoon. I'm LaShawn Creech with the Division of School Business, Student
Excuse me,
Accounting.
could we get you to take your mask off? It's
Oh,
so
okay,
hard to
sorry.
understand you.
Is that better?
Thank you, much better.
Oh, yes.
So we completed a site review and head count at Torchlight on February 22nd of this year to verify student accounting records entered in the school, entered by the school into Power School. That site review resulted in some significant discrepancies between the Power School data and the on-site data. There were 601 students that were reported in Power School on the month one principal monthlies report. 575 students were on the current Power School roster as of the day of the head count, and 489 actual students were present for the head count. Comparing the month one PMR and the actual students present is a difference of 112 students, which is 18% of the overall student body. And comparing the current Power School roster with actual students present during the head count is a difference of 86 students, which is 15% of the overall student body. Both of these comparisons result in an attendance rate of less than 91%, which is about average. Pre-COVID, the average daily attendance was around 95%. Of the 86 students that were not present during the head count, there were 17 students that were not marked absent in Power School. It is expected that the class rosters in Power School include the actual teacher of record for each class. During the head count, the actual teacher did not match the Power School class roster for some classes. There were also students scheduled to be in a physical classroom location according to the class rosters, but were indicated as virtual during the head count. As part of the site review, we also asked to review student cumulative folders and get copies of student records as related to attendance and enrollment. We did not receive any of those records or view cumulative folders because no one was available at the school to get those records for us. An exit interview was also not completed, which is part of the head count and site review. It was also not completed as both principals thought it was appropriate to meet with Mr. McQueen for further discussion and records. We have a second visit scheduled at the school for March 1st to review records and obtain records. Prior to the on-site review, we completed a desk review of the school's Power School instance. It revealed a pattern of truancy for a significant number of students at both the elementary and middle schools. North Carolina General Statute 115C-378 requires the school to notify parents when a child has accumulated 3, 6, and 10 unexcused absences. Truancy findings at the elementary school revealed 4 students with 40 to 60 unexcused absences, 44 students with 20 to 39 unexcused absences, 157 students with 10 to 19 unexcused absences, and 153 students with 3 to 9 unexcused absences. At the middle school, 8 students with 40 to 60 unexcused absences, 35 students with 20 to 39 unexcused absences, 59 students with 10 to 19 unexcused absences, and 55 students with 3 to 9 unexcused absences, for a total of 515 students with 3 or more unexcused absences. We were also not able to get records or to verify during the site review to determine if the school is in compliance with the truancy general statute, but we'll request those records at our March 1st visit. That is the end of my report.
So just to be clear, can you go back to that slide? That's you didn't put, obviously you didn't, but just to be clear, you didn't put the 3 to 9 are also not included in the 10 to 19.
They are not
Okay, so
duplicated
these are
across
separate,
any of the
okay,
categories.
When you said that, let me rephrase this. You said you were not able to access the records because there was nobody there who could give you access to the cubes, evidently.
Yes, we asked the principals at the school, and they declined any further discussion for the site review.
Okay, so
And then
that's the
upon-
question I'm asking. There's a difference between there's nobody here who can open the records and we won't talk to you. And I guess I'm trying to find out
And then
if
at
those two things happen.
and then we asked, we were assigned a parent liaison who was with us during the head count. And when asked to review those records, she confirmed that that would be with the data manager, and the data manager was not on site that day.
Okay, so then when you say they declined, what was that about?
I asked the principals if we could have further discussion, because we always ask about the setup for, part of the site review is part of reviewing their setup in Power School to make sure that they have their setup as far as calendar, attendance setup, things of that nature in Power School. So I wanted to go over those things to make sure that they had the right setup.
And
he declined. They both declined.
They said they wouldn't show it to you, or they said it was.
They just said that they didn't want any further discussion, that it would be better with Mr. McQueen.
I just want to clarify one thing and then ask a question about another. We're talking about this school year, correct? The 21-22
Yes,
school year,
this school
which
year.
for most schools at this point of the year, you're probably, if you haven't met your 100th day of school, you're probably
Right
pretty
up on it,
close.
yeah.
So looking at those numbers, that's pretty, well, you can look at the numbers and make your own assessment. Are you, so you're not, they are, all schools are required, as you indicated, the 3, 6, and 10 unexcused absence rate to notify parents. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever that they have done that?
That they what?
That they have actually done that?
No, I do not have any knowledge. We're going to ask for that information when we go back on March 1st.
Are they offering a virtual option?
There were students who were virtual. I have to check to see if they have a virtual
If they have an approved
plan,
virtual plan.
a remote instruction plan.
They would have had.
Would
to
staff,
have
would
virtual.
OCS staff know?
You-
Do they have a virtual, are they offering a virtual option
They
right now?
have not been approved for a virtual plan. That requires an amendment at this point because
Yep.
it's no longer allowed per the COVID legislation.
Does this include 1D students, like
No, these are all unexcused.
these are all, okay, I mean, it says it. So none of this is COVID related, at least as it's. coded.
No. Okay.
I want to ask a lot of clarifying questions because this is
Okay.
an important decision, this is important stuff we're doing here today. So you're saying that they indicated or their records indicated, either they verbally or their records in writing indicate that they had students on a virtual option, but they actually haven't been approved to have a virtual option this school year?
During the head count, I think it was 8 students that we saw in a virtual setting.
That you actually saw them in the virtual setting?
Yes. Okay.
I don't even know who to ask this question to, so we'll try legal, and then y'all can tell me if it's not you. When DPI shows up at your school, do you have the right to tell them you will not talk to them?
I would say that the answer to that question is that under your charter agreement, you have a right, the board has the rights, and DPI has the right to get records as requested. There's not any specific thing about whether specific people can be asked questions or not. But you do have a right to ask for records.
And can I clarify real quick? So I misspoke. Torchlight was approved for a blended model. This was in August. So they would have to, they could have a blended model, which means that the students appear in person on a regular basis unless quarantined or otherwise like out for COVID, and still have to meet the minimum requirement of, hours, days, attendance has to be taken every day, in Power School for on-site and remote instruction days, and all of the other requirements that.
But the second choice you had, which was you could apply for for some of your kids to be straight up virtual, that was a separate plan. That's the one that they're not approved for.
Yeah, and at this point, no, charter schools aren't allowed to do that unless they can do the blended, but they are not allowed to do full-time virtual unless it's the 2 full-time virtual schools.
When student cume folders, when you've done site visits before, and let's just talk about charters because districts are a whole different game. Have you ever experienced before where only one person had access to all the student cumes?
No. We've never, out of the site visits that we've done, we've always been able to get access to the room or the area where cumulative folders are. Staff has always been willing to sit down with us and go through any findings that we find during the head count.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to the next slide, please. We'll talk about the regular federal fiscal monitoring results that we have been conducting. Let's start with just an introduction to monitoring and compliance, or maybe just a reminder. Monitoring and compliance for my section is responsible for federal fiscal monitoring primarily with the consolidated grant funds as defined by Licensure earlier today. We are also responsible for, excuse me, for ESSER or COVID-related monitoring as well, the fiscal side of that monitoring. So that is primarily what we're working on. Our direction comes from the uniform guidance on what we're required to do. So that's the federal guidelines on how funds should be administered overall, right? These are all of the grant programs. Each title program has its own set of laws that they have to follow as well. But the guidance that we apply at this level is the umbrella, if you will, of federal regulations over all of the grant programs. So that just establishes what it is we want to do. We are also responsible for single audit, which comes out of that uniform guidance direction as well in our responsibilities. So for single audit, we did put the school on probation. As of February 4th, we had not received the financial statement audit. However, it did come in yesterday. So at this point in time, we have not had an opportunity to review that single audit. It'll go into the process with every other school at this point in time. If we don't see any issues with what has been submitted, if all of the reports, the management letter, if all of those things have been submitted properly for the purposes of the single audit being untimely, we will remove them at what point in time we know we've received everything from that probationary status for this particular purpose. So assuming everything was remitted, we'll remove that probationary status. And then we will review their report and handle it like we would any other single audit report we've received, follow up on the findings that have been identified there. So our federal fiscal monitoring visits, I do want to give just a moment background on this. Every year we do an annual risk assessment, similar to what Dr. Townsend said earlier. The uniform guidance gives us the opportunity and requires us to consider risk-based factors when we do our risk assessment. We did this risk assessment last fall, so this would have been November, December of 2020. So maybe the fall before, we are running behind. So we're still completing our FY21 plan. We split our group up into two different groups that we were doing reviews of. We didn't start that second set of reviews until June. We did notify Torchlight in June that they would be up for review this year, if you will, for a desk review. We did not actually initiate that review until November. In November, I sent an email to Dr. McQueen asking her to confirm whether or not information had been provided to one of my monitors who had turned over and left, so I didn't have access to the emails. I did not hear back for about a month's time frame. At that point, I just picked up the phone, called the school, and she did immediately call me back, probably within a day or two, and it connected me with Mr. McQueen and asked that I work with him on this particular engagement. I'd say after that 1 month lag of communication, Mr. McQueen and those that worked with him were responsive. They generally met deadlines, but if they didn't meet the deadline, everybody had been communicating with us through that point in time. I would say there were two requests, one that came in December, one that came in January. They were responsive to both, but similar to others who spoke, what we're getting back, unfortunately, isn't everything that we requested. So we're still in the same boat. What I'm presenting to you today is a preliminary assessment of the financial review that we were conducting because I have not received all of the information requested. After the last request, though, I chose to do a site visit because the things that were remaining, one, should have been very easy to pull. There were a couple contracts, a couple of invoices, and some regular accounting style reports that should have been easily able to run, in my opinion, and in my experience with other school systems. I made the effort to go out there last Tuesday, the 22nd of February. When I got to the school, it was an unannounced visit. When I got to the school, I went to the elementary school first. I was advised that the financial information and people that could answer my financial questions would be at the middle school. So I left and went to the middle school. We got to the middle school. We were advised Mr. McQueen was not available. Neither was any person who could pull any financial records for us, and that I needed to call Mr. McQueen. I did call Mr. McQueen. He advised me that his accountant had called out that day and that the consultant would not be available as she had other clients, and he would call me back to schedule a time to conduct this visit. I didn't hear back from him by the end of that business day. I chose to send another email and let him know that I was coming out the next day. Again, something that should not have taken very long to pull the documents that I was looking for, and that I would be there at 9:30 the next day. I showed up at 9:30 the next day and got the same response from the principal that there was no one on site that could assist. I spoke to Mr. McQueen again, so that was the 23rd. I failed to mention on the 22nd, he did ask me for a list of the documents that we were looking for. I sent that on Tuesday. I had not heard anything back from him on that Tuesday with the supporting documentation either. So Wednesday, he has the list. We did speak a couple of times on Wednesday to try to figure out what it is that I was requesting. He had spoken to his team at that point in time to see how they could meet those requirements. There was some discussion about the time they thought it was going to take to gather the information, of course, to which I replied that I did not agree that this was going to take very long if he was able to provide somebody on site, that it would be easy to pull the documentation requested. And we did talk about other things, but we got to the conclusion that he did confirm that they would gladly comply with any of our requests. It just wasn't going to be in the mechanism or the manner that I was requiring. So I did not follow back up at that point in time. I had left him with the documentation. He knew what we were looking for, and any discussion items I figured needed to be tabled until I had the rest of the documentation. So that is the status of this current fiscal monitoring visit. I did choose to put out a report to advise you all where we were at, because the items that we have identified that can be reported at this point in time were significant enough that they needed to be shared. So just want to go over what those items were. We won't read through the report, but I'll give you details about each one. The first one was unallowable costs. There were 4 transactions, or it's more than 4 transactions, but there are 4 line items that we are questioning costs on. The first one relates to PRC 135, which is supposed to be cybersecurity purchases. They purchased mobile hotspots instead. If you're familiar with the allotment manual, these items out of coronavirus relief funds were very explicit on what you were allowed to purchase. It is an unallowable expense. It does not meet the cybersecurity guidelines or help mitigate the risk of cybersecurity threat. The second one that we identified, PRC 138, the intention of that was, again, explicitly gaggle licenses per the allotment manual and also per the budget law that put these codes out. So with PRC 138, we said as an unallowable cost as well. They did the same. They purchased the mobile services for those hotspots. PRC 165, there was a transaction in there. This was the billing for another invoice. The other invoice happened to be Three Rivers. That was paid out of Torchlight Academy federal funds. And then the last one is a series of transactions that were paid out of gear funds. They were explicitly identified to be to provide social work, to provide physical and mental health support services for students in response to COVID-19. You were required to have a full or provisional license to provide that service. There is no evidence in the DPI website that this individual has a full or provisional license. We did check some of the other websites that DHHS offers and the state offers for the specific social service workers, the different types of workers that were eligible under that. And then, unless it's under a different name, we weren't able to find it. I did ask for that documentation. I have not received that as of yet. I did get to talk to Mr. McQueen about that one. He asked me to provide them evidence that a certification was required, and I did do so, responded to him in an email. There's another section under the allowable cost piece that alludes to the purchase of 1,263 laptops, Chromebooks, tablets. They were purchased with a series of COVID funds, PRC 121, which is the summer learning money, PRC 124, student computer money, 126, personal computer money, and funds that came out of the ESSER funds, funds 163. With the number of students that the school has in total, it seemed very unnecessary and unreasonable to have that many. I did get to ask Mr. McQueen on the phone about the number of laptops purchased. He responded that he had questions about that as well, and that there would be a reasonable explanation, but he was asking me to put in writing all the questions I had so that he could follow up on them. In the next section of that report, we talk about untimely payment of federal funds. You'll find that under the cash management section. In this section, what we did was compare the drawdown date that we had, the date that they actually requested funds, the date we sent them these federal drawdowns, and compared it to the transaction detail ledgers that they provided us. In that, what we saw, and the reason we needed to do this, was that there appeared to be transactions that didn't align with the expenditure data that we had. So we were comparing to see how long they were holding these funds. We could see they were drawing down funds and holding them. The requirement is, in North Carolina general statute, that you pay out funds to the ultimate payee in a period of 3 days. Now that's fairly new. However, DPI has always had a policy written that says you pay out funds in 3 days. And even without the DPI policy, federal law says you must pay out in a reasonably timely manner. So I was looking for at least a reasonably timely manner when we were doing these reviews. What we found were 5 drawdowns that were in part held for numerous days. And I say in part, a majority of what they're doing is a reimbursement-based approach. So those funds obviously have no days, they go negative. However, for each of these 5 drawdowns, either the entire amount or a portion of the amount was being held anywhere from 6 to 117 days. At this point, the dollar amount doesn't have too much of an impact because you're not going to get to a point where you owe interest back to the federal government until you're holding a lot of money for a long period of time. It really is about drawing down funds too early and hanging on to those funds before you make your ultimate payment to the vendor. So just as an example, I did want to provide an example to make sure that this was clear and understood. With PRC 135, that was the cybersecurity funds, they drew down on October 21st, 2020, $2,000. The documentation provided in the ledger that they gave to us showed they paid $2,000 on January 15th of 2021 to the vendor. That's 86 days later. DPI is not able to catch these in this particular instance with this school because of the way the management company works with the school system. When a check is paid out to the management company, it is for the entire amount that they're drawing down. The expenditure files that we have showed they had $2,000 in transactions that October. We would not have pulled back any funds, but the actual detailed transactions show that that payment didn't go out until January of 2021, a few months later. This happened again over and over. On average, it was at least 54 days is what we were able to identify. Finally, what you'll find in that report is an issue with the financial management system itself. The financial management system must have certain requirements to meet uniform guidance, federal laws, and it must have certain requirements to meet North Carolina General Statute with regards to UERS requirements. UERS is the Uniform Education Reporting System requirements. It needs to be at a detailed level that you can run reports that are required. 2 CFR 302A goes on to say that it has to be in sufficient detail to permit the preparation of reports required by general and program-specific terms and conditions. The tracing of funds to a level of expenditure is adequate to establish that these funds have been used according to federal statutes, regulations, and the terms and conditions of the federal award. It does go on from there to substantiate that what I'll share with you does not meet the requirement of the federal law that they're currently using and have implemented. The North Carolina General Statute actually was adopted by the Board of Education, right, for the UERS system, actually requires the public school units to submit monthly general expense detail records of a public school unit. The information that we're currently receiving from Torchlight is the total amount of the check, which again is in part reimbursement, so we have some detailed information, but it's also in part in advance on what they expect to pay out. So what we can see is that we're not getting the detailed transactions at this point in time. We don't know if those two systems match or how they match. And I'll give you a little more information on that so you can understand why I'm able to say that part. Torchlight manages 2 accounting systems. The LLC does on behalf of Torchlight Academy. One system is linked to DPI for UERS reporting requirements. That system does appear to show us the proper level of accounting. It shows the object codes, it shows the purpose codes. However, it is the checks that are accumulated and sent over to Torchlight LLC. When we run our detailed ledger, all we see are the checks that are being written to the management organization. It does not record the detailed expenditure information and transactions that Torchlight is maintaining in the secondary accounting system. Currently, they're using QuickBooks. I asked Mr. McQueen about this and what system they were using, because the information, the accounting information that we were getting was clear that it was either being kind of cut and paste or hand done. There were lots of errors with the dates, errors in typing the vendors and those types of things. And it was clear that it wasn't out of a system. So again, this is part of the reason I wanted to see the system and showed up on site. But I did get the chance to ask him about this system, and he did share that they had QuickBooks. And he also shared, when I asked, are you capable of running a general ledger transaction detail report for us by PRC and fund out of that system? To which he replied, they were talking about that. He had just had the conversations with his staff and people on his team about needing the ability to record detail level for those transactions on the QuickBooks side. So while I have not physically seen it, I did make an effort to. I do at least have the understanding of that Mr. McQueen shared with us, and felt that was adequate enough to know that we need more information out of that system to ensure that these transactions actually align with what's being reported to us. That is what we presented as preliminary results. We may have additional question costs. We may not. We will update the final report once we're able to get the rest of the information. We have questions around substantiating the control environment, and we're waiting for documentation. And preferably, again, I'd like to be on site to see the implementation of some of the controls that we've requested to see. So there may be updates to the report once we get the rest of the information. So, anything before I go into conflict of interest there?
You said you just got the audit yesterday. Have you had a chance to even see whether or not it's a clean audit or it has findings?
It has findings.
Okay, you just don't know what they are yet.
I do know what they are.
Can you share that?
One of them is a question cost. I want to say it's about $138,000 for indirect costs that were charged to the school nutrition program without permission to charge to the school nutrition program. What I don't know is whether that question cost is going to be disallowed by the school nutrition department. We've already forwarded that to them to inquire as to whether or not they would require payback or what discussions they've had. The other finding, I'm a little more vague on, and probably prefer not to try to address what that was.
Okay.
So.
I have a quick question. Just as I've asked for the other DPI employees that have presented today, is I'd assume that an unannounced visit is so that you can, at any school, so you can then see if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing every single day of the school year. Right? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. How often, when you've done unannounced visits before, have you had situations where the school or the school leadership has prohibited you from seeing what you've come to do on the unannounced visit?
So I cannot speak to that experience here. I have been here 1 year and 4 months. I have not had to do a site visit.
Okay.
So I can speak to prior experience. Usually you show up on site, you're able to get what you need, but that's not related to schools. That's just general audit experience.
Remind us again, please, the audit results were received yesterday.
So, yes, a single audit report,
Yes.
yes, they uploaded it into Epicenter yesterday.
It was due when?
October 31st each year. Every school has the same time frame to remit their audit report, and this year we did give them till the end of November as a grace period to remit those audit reports.
Were there any other schools that have yet to submit their single audit?
There is one other school that has yet to submit its single audit, yes. And in that school, we had to differentiate this year. Why? Because of coronavirus and the impact. When the audit firm clearly stated we ran into staffing issues, had turnover or COVID, and this particular school was in part impacted by staffing issues and resources of their audit firm, and in part it was they had some lack of documentation. So I did not check to see if that school had uploaded today.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, are you saying the audit firm for Torchlight or the audit firm for the other
school that has not yet turned it in?
The other school's audit firm clearly stated that they had staffing issues,
Okay,
not Torchlight.
thank you.
Yes.
And then one follow-up, is it PRC 136 or 138, the gaggle?
Yes.
So just to be clear, they were using funds for other purposes than what the General Assembly had dictated?
That's
Okay,
correct.
just want to make sure.
I may have missed this. You said that the purchase of, I think, computers, I think tablets and Chromebooks, I don't know, I see it as one bullet point, sparked a concern. I don't know if I heard a number.
No, I didn't put a number to this one. We really need to do a little more digging, in part because a portion of the funds that were used were specifically identified for the summer program, right? So what I've done is reach out to our summer program staff, the people internally at DPI who've managed that, to see if they got any program results, so we can substantiate whether or not any of these laptops or how many of those laptops reasonably correlate to that program. And then we have all of it. So there are layers there, and we do need to speak to Torchlight about that to see if they understand why they ended up with so many purchases of laptops. And the other concern, the other reason I went on site is because I would like to see the equipment listing and make sure that these as high-risk items are in fact included, all of them, and make sure that they are actually keeping good controls over those assets. I was assured multiple times in the calls that I've had with Mr. McQueen that that was readily available. I did indicate that as soon as he could get it to me, we would be on site to count those. I told him that I would like to do it Thursday, Friday, whatever day it was given to us. It has not been given to us yet, and I have not been able to have my team go out and do an inventory count.
When was that requested?
So initially on Tuesday, when we sent the email, and then I spoke to him again afterward, and still have not received it.
So, Ms. McFadden, when a school purchases assets with federal funds, they're then required to complete another form if they would ever dispose of those assets, right?
Disposition is actually a little different. Disposition correlates to the value of the equipment itself. In this case, the equipment rules kick in because of the high risk value. These things can walk away so easily. So the OIG and the federal government very much say that the best control would be that you have an inventory listing of all the laptops, and then yes, you need to have an inventory listing, but when you dispose of those, if you are keeping a federal listing, then you should say how you disposed of them. But I also think that would be a very reasonable and due diligent thing to do if something happened with those particular laptops or they had to get rid of them.
Did you say that, did I hear you say they purchased about 1,200 devices? Or,
That's correct, 1,263.
and their student population is 600 roughly?
That's correct.
Oh, so there is a number.
I'm sorry, that's the number you were looking for. I was thinking like dollars. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
Yes, so 1,263 laptops, tablets,
summer program.
Chromebooks. So in the summer program, they paid part of a lease, and then they made multiple purchases of laptops, which total over 500 laptops. They made another purchase of 500 laptops this September. So last summer, they purchased more than half of them, and a bulk of them related to the PRC 121. This summer, actually in September, they purchased another 500. You can see why we need to dig a little deeper on this one to figure out what's reasonable there. It just, overall though, 1,200 laptops still seems like a lot for the number of students that they have, and specifically with regards to that particular program and why they would have purchased that many for that particular program, when it was only intended for K-4 on top of it all.
Is part of your next site visit to actually physically see 1,200 laptops?
Yes, I'm waiting for them, as soon as I get the inventory listing, then we will be going out to find the 1,200 laptops, yes. And I am waiting for an invoice on a series of those purchases as well. We have a loan agreement for the better part of 400 of those laptops, and that request has actually started in January, where we asked for an invoice related to the loan payment for those 400 invoices, or 400 computers, and we have not received that yet.
When you have questions about the purchase of equipment, is it standard procedure that after you can't get the paperwork you need to, and then not necessarily you, because I know you haven't been here, but I'm just talking about the process, to then go physically say, can we go, let's go look at these things? Is that kind of the process?
No, in this case, it was the quantity of the laptops and the number of students seemed unreasonable and unnecessary. And those are two key words that are used in the uniform guidance for us to make a decision on whether or not a cost is allowable or not. It must be reasonable and necessary. It can't be duplicative. And there's another word, sorry, it escapes me. But so usually, no, we may not go out to actually look for it. Maybe based on the dollar value, though, if you're not able to provide me with the invoices, I'm probably going to go try to find whatever it is. I would say that would be a pretty usual and customary step. If you've got a high dollar value item that you can't support, it would not be unreasonable to do that.
Do we have a sense of the participation level for their K-4 summer program?
No, I am waiting for the data to figure out what the participation rate was.
You've requested the data and it's not been given to you by the school?
I did.
How many kids they had in the program this summer?
No, this is actually internally. They were required to provide reports, so I wanted to see what reports actually came in for the outcome of that program. Presuming they had information related to participation rates and the efficiency of that program. So I wanted to start internally before we went to the school.
And the loan agreement for some 500 or so of these laptops, is it with a vendor, with a supplier?
The loan agreement itself is actually with a bank. I do not know how they got to that bank, but they went through a vendor. The vendor's name is on the loan agreement, but I can't tell. It's definitely with a bank, though.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Throughout all of the work that you have been doing, has any member of the board who owns the charter expressed any concerns or information, insights from your office as to what's going on?
I have not heard from anyone. I've copied the board chair on many of the requests.
That was gonna be my next question. Is the board aware that you've been attempting to get data that you have yet to be able to get?
Tuesday, I copied the board chair. Wednesday, I copied the board chair. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was that the first time that you've had? Well,
So prior to that, I don't know that I would say I wasn't getting the data I needed. It was just, it got to mid-January, and the information that we had been provided by that point in time didn't look, there were questions around the information that I needed to get clarified, and I felt like it was better to do that on-site, in person, and see this accounting system, ask for those last few documents, and confirm that those controls are actually in place, not like physically seeing them do it, but randomly going through files to see if I can find the requisition form signed by Mr. McQueen. So I wanted to see that this stuff was actually being done, not by soliciting a list of documents at that point in time, but actually going out there.
any other questions for Ms. McFadden?
Okay,
Thank you.
so the last, I do
Oh,
have
you still-
one
we tried- you
more.
said you still
Yeah, I
gotta do
wanted to go
conflict.
there because we
You
have
said you
conflict
still
of
had to do
interest, and this
conflict
is
of
my
interest.
last one. So, it was different enough that I felt like I needed to ask the questions there. Conflict of interest. I did identify in the report that we have a concern, and we do believe that there is non-compliance with a federal regulation around conflict of interest. This is different than the other conflict of interest that has been identified earlier today. I shared these concerns over conflict of interest with Mr. McQueen directly, and my intent to share with management and the board. Although I have not documented these concerns, today what I want to do is share the basis for the conclusion that we're coming to, that there is non-compliance with regards to uniform guidance requirements over conflict of interest laws. So I think it was appropriate to start with what is the conflict of interest law that we were looking at. 203.18 says that no employee, officer, or agent may participate in the selection, award, or administration of a contract supported by a federal award if he or she has a real or apparent conflict of interest. Such a conflict of interest would arise when the employee, officer, or agent, any member of his or her immediate family, his or her partner, or an organization which employs or is about to employ any of the parties indicated herein, has a financial or other interest in or a tangible personal benefit from a firm considered for a contract. That is the law that we're looking at. The information and understanding that I've gained to this point in time, there are 2 points that we need to make. The first one, and I've underlined the 2 things in the law that we're going to tie this back to. One, Mr. McQueen is an agent of the charter school. 2, there is a real financial interest that he is gaining from the contract with the management organization. So let me start with the conflict of interest and proving how that exists. A conflict of interest exists in Mr. McQueen's role as the executive director and agent of Torchlight Academy, and Mr. McQueen's role as the executive manager and company official of the management company. That's Torchlight Academy, LLC. I'll just refer to them as the management organization or company. Mr. McQueen and his wife, Dr. McQueen, have a direct financial interest and direct benefit from the contract through what appears to be a salary that each of them receive and the amount that is associated with the management fee. The fee is basically net income. For the management contract, the fee is the difference between all of the revenues received by Torchlight Academy, less the operating expenses of the school. This year, reported in that audit report yesterday, self-reported by Torchlight, the management company that is, the management fee was $365,000. Mr. McQueen, as an agent of the charter school, cannot participate in the administration of a contract that is supported by a federal award if he has a financial interest and personal benefit from the firm awarded the contract. The second point to make to substantiate this is that Mr. McQueen is an agent of the charter school. An agent relationship obviously is usually established when you're an employee, when you're an officer or you're director of an organization. In this case, he's not one of those things. However, an agent relationship can also be established by your actions when a person is authorized to act on behalf of another organization. The management company contract explicitly states that the management company, its employees, its directors, and its officers are actually independent contractors. However, the actions of Mr. McQueen as the executive director of the charter school, making decisions around payroll, hiring, signing the checks, approving all purchases, approving all disbursements, is very much in line with that of an agent. Further, we have evidence that at least on one occasion, Mr. McQueen and Dr. McQueen both signed a contract, that particular lease agreement or loan agreement, as agents of the charter school. That loan is in the name of the charter school. It is not in the name of the organization, of the management company organization. They both signed that particular loan. Those are duties and actions of an agent acting on behalf of a charter school. I'd like to make one more point around that. These roles and responsibilities as the executive director of the charter school, even though he is an employee and or the executive manager of the management company, are the same roles that the executive director prior to the management company structure had. If you look at the bylaws, if you look at the attachment to the charter school application, the responsibilities for day-to-day financial operations lie with the executive director. The only difference is that Mr. McQueen is now an employee and/or the registered officer, executive manager of the management company. The issue that this presents is the conflict of interest, which is that Mr. McQueen is also an agent with responsibilities that he has to his company, the management company. The financial benefits for that management company are directly impacted by his decisions every day over the expenditures of Torchlight Charter School Academy. As the executive director, the current arrangement is not allowable per federal guidelines and the uniform guidance. Again, we have not documented that, but we will and share that with the organization and others in our agency.
Questions with them?
Can I answer any questions?
Thank you, Ms. McFadden.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I'm assuming Torchlight has has some kind of presentation or something that they are interested in presenting response? From the board, that the board has something that they would like to present, and so if they would come forward now, that would be great.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Stefan Bowens. I'm the attorney for the Board of Directors and Torchlight Academy, otherwise known as the school. I'm here on behalf of the board. There are still a number of board members with us, but unfortunately there were a number of board members that were with us this morning that, due to the length of this particular proceeding, were not able to remain for various reasons. At this point, I have a statement by the board that I'd like to read into the record, and then I'll turn over the presentation to the EMO. Chairwoman Turner, members of the Charter School Advisory Board, I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. It is with great humility that the members of the Board of Directors come before you. We are proud of the many exemplary accomplishments of Torchlight Academy. Throughout the course of this day, you will and have heard information about the multitude of successes of Torchlight Academy. Similarly, you will or have also heard about the failures that have occurred on the watch and at the hands of the Board of Directors. As you listen to the information provided to you by the staff of the school or the members of the Department of Public Instruction, please know that any deficiencies or failures were not intentional. Despite the successes that Torchlight Academy has had over the past 20 years, we are truly thankful for this process and your inquiry. For without your inquiry, the Board of Directors would not have discovered its deficiencies as a body. Each of the members of the Board of Directors is committed to the future success of the school. This process has exposed weaknesses that must be corrected, both in the action or inaction of the Board of Directors and the processes implemented by the Education Management Organization. After hearing all the information provided to you, the Board of Directors asks that you recommend the continued operation of Torchlight Academy. The Board of Directors recognizes the significance of the issues this inquiry has exposed, and since October of 2021 has been working diligently with the EMO and the staff to understand, strategize, and rectify the deficiencies that have come to light. It cannot be said enough. During the last 4 months, the staff has worked tirelessly to understand the problems identified by DPI and develop plans to correct the problems. Once the initial concerns with the Exceptional Children's Department were disclosed, the EMO, with the consent and knowledge of the Board of Directors, surged staff and subject area experts into the school to begin addressing the identified concerns. As a result of a significant number of regular school staff agreeing to forsake their family, friends, and loved ones and perform their regular daily assignments, in addition to working late into the night to organize, conceptualize, and most importantly, implement a corrective action plan that would give the students the services they need and provide those same students with the services they were entitled to receive, those special education services that were determined to have been missing. The Board of Directors recognizes that the school cannot succeed without the support of the EC Division of DPI to help it review the processes that have been implemented and offer its considered information, technical support, and assistance to achieve the mutual goal of ensuring that students receiving special education obtain the services and the specialized instruction they need. The Board of Directors further recognizes that this partnership and collaboration includes ensuring that data be properly and timely input into state authorized systems, and that supporting documentation is maintained on site. The foregoing statements is a continuing theme that the Board of Directors is requiring the EMO and the staff to work with DPI collaboratively to resolve. The new issues that have come to our attention since October, as a result of the intensified monitoring and review by DPI officials. Whether there be issues of data entry or improved financial controls, the Board of Directors stands committed to ensuring that the various programs and services provided by the school and its personnel be compliant with the rules and regulations associated with the receipt of state and federal funds. While the Board of Directors does not concede that DPI has followed or applied all regulations and rules for the program service, review, and delivery to the school in an equitable manner, it recognizes that the problems exist, it recognizes that problems exist that must and will be corrected. Such efforts to correct the concerns disclosed begin with the board of directors, the EMO, and the staff working with the state officials collaboratively to provide the quality of education Torchlight's many, more than 600 students are entitled to receive. Torchlight Academy has and continues to serve a vital role in the delivery of education for minority students in Wake and surrounding counties. As you know, the students who choose to attend Torchlight Academy are 96% minority, many of whom come from economically distressed communities. The communities of color that attend Torchlight Academy, primarily Black and Latino, depend on the school to provide them with an education and opportunity for achievement that they have not received in traditional public schools heretofore. Torchlight Academy serves as a beacon of educational opportunity, and the parents of its students depend on it to be available to meet their students' needs by developing character, encouraging confidence, extolling leadership, and exalting educational achievement. The staff and the EMO have embraced the communities served not only through providing exceptional life-altering and reaffirming education, but by serving as mentors within the students' communities. Our educators are our role models who live and are involved in the students' communities in which they serve. We are proud of their service in the school and at home. We are proud that our school served meals to their students during the pandemic, whether at a designated location or delivered to their doorstep. Child hunger during the pandemic has been a critical concern for our students and our school. Our school rose to this challenge with the support of the staff and the leadership of the EMO. The pandemic has adversely affected everyone. However, the pandemic has hit the students and the families served by Torchlight Academy more than most. The state needs the school to continue to meet the needs of the students and the communities it serves. As you listen to our presentation and the report on progress in correcting the concerns, we ask that you keep this in mind. Torchlight Academy is not a place of brick and mortar. It is a beacon of hope in the community it serves. I'll now turn it over to the presenters on behalf of the EMO and the exceptional staff of Torchlight Academy. I beg your consideration as you listen to their presentation. Thank you on behalf of the Board of Directors for giving us this opportunity to come before you today. Thank you.
Mr. Bowen, so are you saying this is all the Board of Directors? The Board of Directors is not planning to interact with us for question and answers? This is the summation of what they want to say has been said. Is that what you're saying?
I am reading to you the statement that I was authorized to read by the board.
Are there members of the board who will be responding to questions for us today?
There are members of the board here today, and I think at this point we have worked and spoke with the staff, and there's going to be a presentation. Let's see the presentation and then determine whether or not additional information will be required.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like to, before the presentation,
because I think we're gonna have time for questions and answers after that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give you a heads up. I'm going to ask for the names of the board members who are here, and I want the names of the board members who you said were here but had to leave.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Don McQueen, CEO of Torchlight Academy Schools, LLC. I want to just read this opening statement and start it this way. Looking at the mission of the Charter School Advisory Board, it says that the Charter School Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. I would simply ask this question of the board right now. Is Torchlight Academy considered a high-quality charter school?
That's not rhetorical?
No, I'm trying to get, we are. Is that?
I guess, are you asking us this question?
Yes, I am. I'm asking. No, it's not rhetorical. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. I'm asking a question.
I don't know that you go ahead and say what you're gonna say. We'll talk when we get ready to talk.
Okay. Because I thought there would be surely a definition of a high-quality charter school that has exceeded growth for 4 of the last years that the school has been test scores available, where we have exceeded the growth and have really outperformed many of the schools, particularly with respect to our population of free and reduced lunch or at-risk students by a significant margin, sometimes as much as 20%. So I wanted to share the responsibility of that. If we're a successful school, then we're responsible. Board, responsible. Myself, my wife, our team, responsible. You're also responsible. Because without the help of the Charter School Advisory Board, State Board, and the entrustment that you have shared with us over the last 20 years, we've been able to accomplish this. Today, it seems like a showdown or something has been prepared, and I don't want it to be that way. The state has come prepared to demonstrate the flaws of our school board, flaws of the management company, and management of the school overall. We have come prepared with concerns, complaints, and demonstrations of injustice. You know, this is going to be great for public discourse, maybe for selling of newspapers or increasing the hits on somebody's website so they can make advertising. But at the end of the day, how does this impact our children who have been and are being currently right now being served? So, yes, you have and are looking at a body that have profoundly impacted our students in a positive way. A flawed management company, a flawed board, a flawed system, a flawless CSAB. But how will our children benefit? How does our community benefit? How does our future benefit, particularly in the black community, black and brown community, by closing a school that has exceeded growth for the last 4 years? Based on that fact alone, we should have common ground to find a way to rectify whatever is wrong. Torchlight Academy has good test scores. Not great, not where I want them to be. We want to be an A school. Torchlight Academy has increased student enrollment nearly every year for 20 years. Torchlight Academy is not in debt. Torchlight Academy does not demonstrate financial weakness. These are typical weak points in a struggling charter school, and none of these exist in Torchlight Academy. Torchlight Academy's management has managed over $50 million of public funds in the last 20 years. When our parents hear about Torchlight Academy, they really don't say, well, are y'all in compliance? 100%. Make assumption that we are or are working towards that on an ongoing basis. I don't see how anybody can stay in compliance at DPI unless you're working on it every day until the new monitoring comes down or the new grant comes down. Our parents come because of the number of men in our building, specifically men, because men, it's a dearth of men in the lives of our children, and we recognize that where somebody else might not see it at all and don't have a way to address it. They
Mr.
come
McQueen,
because
I'm
of
really
the
gonna have to ask you-
languages we teach.
Mr. McQueen.
Yes?
You're really gonna have to bring it down some.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Because of the language that we teach. They come because of the truth that we teach about our history. They come because we have an excellent record of achieving academic results. They come because we know how to empower our children, love our children, respect our families and their condition. We accept the fact that we need to improve. We have always taken full responsibility for our shortcomings. This is how we have responded in the past and how we will respond now. I remember being here before this board when our test scores were in the toilet. And we were castigated and corrected. And you see the response now. We're responsible, all of us. This is why we requested mediation. Even though it was rejected, we proposed that Torchlight Academy and the State Board of Education enter into a compliance agreement with an independent monitor in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 115C-107.4D3A. At the end of the day, how will our children be helped if Torchlight Academy is shut down? But how will it be helped if we are corrected and we find common ground to accomplish the mission of working to establish high-quality charter schools? Thank you. At this point, Dr. McQueen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself because I, like you, have never done anything illegal in my life. I have spent my entire life trying to help my entire adult life, trying to help other people, trying to do good for society. I've been a school teacher, come from a family of school teachers. My mother was a school teacher. I have no reason in the world to live 60 some odd years in perfect alignment with the law, perfect alignment with society, doing everything that a responsible citizen should do, and then in the last 2 years completely change my entire personality and do something that is unethical or illegal. So just think about yourself, knowing in your heart that you would never do anything illegal. That is how I know for a fact I would never do anything unethical, nothing to hurt the school. Absolutely nothing. I would never do that, just like you would never do that. I am a 2-time cancer survivor. I have never smoked in my life, never drank in my life, never took drugs in my life. But because of the way our school has been handled, I am now under the doctor's care and taking medication to prevent a nervous breakdown. We have never knowingly done anything wrong managing Torchlight. Clearly, we have a lot of paperwork flaws and procedural flaws that we thank you for bringing that to our attention, because they absolutely need to be corrected. We absolutely know we're not perfect. We do want to improve. We made many mistakes along the way with paperwork, but we didn't make mistakes along the way with the children. The children have been learning, and the children have been experiencing nurturing and love, and we're here for the children. It is very sad that this situation has risen to the point where we have been publicly vilified in the newspaper. Just think about yourself. To see your face, your picture in the newspaper, and your name as if you've actually done something that was completely unethical, which knowingly, with intention, absolutely did not occur. It's just, I think that it's too much power for one group to have to destroy another human beings based on an investigation that hasn't really said we did anything. I believe that we have to fix the paperwork. I believe we have to fix the process. But I also believe that this process that we are involved in can be improved. Anything can be improved. Prior to this, we had I had a pristine background. We have sacrificed 20 years at the school, and right now, I have not one parent or staff member can ever say that I was mean to them, that I was hostile, that I was unreasonable, that I was inflexible. That's not who I am. And if anybody knows me, you know that's not who I am. I treat everybody with kindness, the children, the staff, the parents. I spent the past 20 years, my husband and I at Torchlight, helping the families in any way we could. We sometimes took money out of our own personal pocket and paid their light bill, their gas bill, their water bill, so that their children can continue to come to school. I have been nominated prior to this for many awards, such as Virtual Woman We Most Admire, Spectator's Educator of the Year, Outstanding Black Woman. I've been nominated to be on the State Board of Education by a senator and received a myriad of letters of support by representatives and others government officials. Now, and for generations to come, when people Google Cynthia McQueen, it's going to pop up even if we're found innocent, it's still going to pop up all of those newspaper articles that have been vilifying us. It's never going to be erased. It will never go away. Once it hits the media, it is permanent. And it is not just here in Raleigh, it is worldwide. We have been permanently damaged. And I believe that all that needed to be done is mediation, which is what we requested. Just sit down, talk to us, tell us where we went wrong, help us fix it. We never, ever, ever got a request or an offer from the EC department to come and help us. I know the last time we were here, Sherry Thomas said she offered us to have technical assistance. That never happened. I never said no. I never got offered. I know the last time we were here was stated I got 40-something emails. I went back, I made a request to DPI for all emails sent to me in the last 3 years from that department. I got one that talked about an issue, an EC issue. I don't know where that 40-something came from, but it wasn't sent to me as it was alluded to. We need help, and we needed help, but that could have been done in private, and that could have been done without the media frenzy. I am sure that if the same investigatory process was used, that was used for us, was used for other schools, many schools, their flaws would have been found too. No school is without mistakes. No school is without error, and no person is without error. I'm also sure that many school leaders have a relative in their building working. I am sure that is not abnormal for charter schools, because nobody works harder than your relatives. We are a school of innovation. We are a school that love our children. We've taught our poor, most of them are free and reduced lunch students. They're at-risk students. We taught them Chinese. We took them to China. We also have single gender classrooms, which has been stated is better for children. We have teachers that look like our students. We had the first Black and the youngest students to ever participate in the International Memory Contest held in Hershey, Pennsylvania. We teach karate. We assist rather than doing agachas. We teach our children about their culture. And we know that we are a quality school based on the parents who love us and based on our test scores, based on student satisfaction, the fact that our school grows every year, maybe with the exception of COVID, but numbers were growing every year. And we know that this paperwork and these processes that we don't have in place should rise to the level that they close the school down. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dustin Squibb, EC Director. And I'll be utilizing the slide. So I'll just give you a thumbs up. Okay. I wanted to start my discussion today. I know there's been questions about what our EC staff at Torchlight currently looks like. And this is a breakdown, and I hope this shows the capacity that we've tried to implement with our staff at Torchlight Academy. Here you see 3 EC teachers, licensed EC teachers that have been designated to support students. Myself as EC director, I serve as LEA rep for all IEP meetings. Ms. Broadway oversees all of our compliance matters, to include folders and documentations and Ecats. We've also brought on several EC consultants with many years of supporting students in a variety of roles, whether that be EC teachers, former EC director for a traditional district, and also a former NCDPI EC consultant. Here you'll also notice that I've added our compensatory service provider. We have already started the process of, when appropriate, compensatory services are being offered to families. Those plans are put into place, and when a family agrees to the compensatory support, we've started that support for our students. I've also listed our speech and OT provider here as well. Growing our staff's foundational knowledge of just processes and EC support has been a big focus for us. We've utilized on-campus professional development for our EC staff using our EC consultants. These are the dates of this professional development as well as the topics. And here you're seeing the foundational, not only support, but processes being taught to our staff, our EC staff. I'm going to talk a little bit about our current referrals, and I was just really cautious here with my presentation. I just listed students by 1, 2, 3. If I need to provide more context to student numbers, I'll certainly do that later. This is not a full scope of the referrals that we've addressed. A referral is when a teacher or a parent makes a referral for their child or their student because there might be a suspected disability. With this portion of students in this referral process, this shows you where we stand at the moment. For several students, we have meetings that have been scheduled. For those students that have future meetings scheduled, if these students are found eligible for EC support, we will go back to, if the dates have lapsed the 90-day window, we will go back and offer compensatory services for those students based on that lapsed time and based on that support required. You also see here several meetings that have been finalized, as well as us waiting on testing results from the referral process. I want to emphasize we have been very, very intentional with this process. The referral process is one of the foundations of IDEA, but also the identification of students. And this is a big part of the support and our objective right now at Torchlight. Current reevaluations that are awaiting evaluations. So these are students that have already been found eligible for special education support and have an IEP. The team at these meetings determined that additional evaluations were required, and currently we're just awaiting the evaluations to get the results and to schedule those meetings. We have implemented MTSS support as well. I know that's a little bit outside the scope of special education, but we want to focus, and again, our focus is providing appropriate support for students. This list of students includes students that are currently in the referral process or students that might have been found non-eligible for EC. If a student's found non-eligible for EC services or to move forward with the evaluation process for an initial referral, we refer that student to very specific Tier 2 interventions. We've actually been part of those additional meetings. So after the IEP meeting on a separate day, but typically within the next 2 to 3 business days of that meeting, we meet again with the parent to schedule a time with the gen ed teacher, with the principal if appropriate, but with the EC teacher and myself, a time to create an MTSS Tier 2 support plan for that student. Part of that plan is to meet every 4 to 6 weeks to review the support, and if we're not seeing appropriate growth through the implementation of those interventions, we meet again to conduct a new referral for those students. Here, these are students that were in the referral process, I'm going to assume had a medical diagnosis, and maybe we didn't move forward with evaluations, or maybe we did and found the student not to be eligible for EC support. In the case where the child had a medical diagnosis, we referred that child to our 504 for a 504 eligibility determination, which we are also overseeing that process as well. Same system as the MTSS process. Within 2 to 3 days, we meet to conduct an eligibility determination. Our EC team has been a big part of that. And through that process, we're providing 504 support plans for students. And in most cases, also an MTSS Tier 2 intervention plan for those students as well. Are there any questions?
Thank you. There was something, document E, that was presented earlier. I don't know if I can reference back to that or not, from the EC division. I've not had the opportunity to review this because I've just seen it now. When we're talking about transferring records for a new student, so a student, let's say for example, in a traditional district, transfers to Torchlight Academy. If there is a minor issue in data entry in PowerSchool, that student's documentation in Ecats does not transfer over. When I look at this document, I don't know if date of birth and active means the date of birth was not entered in the PowerSchool documentation. But if that's the case, that could have not allowed Ecats to receive that document, those Ecats documentations. Which would show a student as not being eligible for EC in the school's Ecats system. If that were the case, then essentially some type of data entry of dates would be required to be able to open up additional documents in Ecats for students. I know that's really broad, and I can answer questions around that if I need to. I'm just not entirely sure what date of birth and active means. If it means that that date of birth wasn't entered in, that would have not transferred the Ecats documentation. I think that what Ms. Thomas said is the reason that she took the date of birth out to keep from identifying the student.
Okay.
She didn't say it wasn't there. She just
Got
took
it.
it out.
I just saw a no. Sorry, Sharon. I just saw a no. Yeah. Are there any questions?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. So my name is Adam Ezel, consultant with the school, and I put together a little presentation here to go over a lot of the different components that were outlined in the initial letter, I believe on January 10th, that you wanted us to cover. Obviously, there are deficiencies. This is to help contextualize what's been brought to you prior. I put together this, and quite frankly, after hearing the presentations earlier, this is also missing a lot of different dates, and just to help you conceptualize just how much it has been over the past couple months, in addition to operating a school. So it has been an exhaustive process gathering these documents month over month, each week, and I think it helps explain, some of the delays you might have been seeing with some of these programs. Go next slide. Topics of discussion. These are exactly kind of what was brought to you today, so I'm not going to go over them too much. Go ahead. So I think, again, and you've heard me say this a lot in terms of contextualizing what we're looking at here. This is not a brand new school. The school has been around since 1999, and the McQueens were brought in as employees in 2001, 2002. Dr. McQueen was a vice principal over at Broughton High, and that first year they had 60 students, and they're serving K through 5. Next slide. Present, they've been now 20 years, among the highest growth rates of all charter schools in the state, of all schools in the state, serving a minority percentage of 99% plus. The school now serves 10 times what it initially served, and it's expanded to middle school. This is one of the stalwarts of charter schools in the entire state. And I have a couple other slides here just with some pictures. That's the newspaper article on the left when Dr. McQueen was hired and brought in to really turn the school around. And you can see that she's been successful in doing so, ranking #1 in growth rate in the state. Next slide. Just a few more pictures showing the again, Association Board of Advisors for Dr. McQueen, and the amount of time and effort both of them have spent cultivating the school, and then also importantly the students. Next slide. And then, as Dr. McQueen mentioned earlier, SBE nominations. These are just a couple of those letters. Next slide. Okay, now we're talking about all these different monitorings, and I wanted to present a slight timeline here. This is something that had really been on the back burner for 6 to 8 months. There was a decent amount of turnover among DPI monitoring staff. Worked with a couple other schools, and we've seen that, and they talked about just they're going through transition time, and that happens with every organization. So the new monitor made contact in December of 2021, right as this whole process was really kicking off. I think all the departments started talking and saying, hey, what do we need to review? And then they realized this was outstanding. So I understand what was being said earlier in terms of being out of compliance for a couple of different areas, but this could have been closed out much sooner. And right now I believe we have about 3 things that need to be submitted, and they will be submitted on March 2. Next slide. 21st century, I do think there was a miscommunication here. In the initial request, and the next slide shows it, is an email requesting documentation for cohort 14 and only cohort 14. So the reason they had disallowed costs or questioned costs of $150,000 plus is because they ended up looking at both cohort 13 and cohort 13 and 14. They're operating 2 different programs for 2 different grade levels. And I think that was just a miscommunication, and I think that's something that that's bound to happen. But we just would like to work with them during that time. And right now I think the question costs are at $27,000. That's not where we want to be, but it's certainly a lot better than $150, and I think it helped explain some of the hiccups through that process there. And we did have confusion as to why the application hadn't been approved prior, but hearing today gained some understanding. Go next slide. That's just the email explicitly mentioning cohort 14. ESSA review. So I know we got an email sometime last week. When we initially were looking at this, we were looking at the programmatic side, and we did send memos in to close that out. So what's being referenced today was the fiscal side, and we are very much after these windfall of monitorings. I think it exposed how much more organized we really need to be with the fiscal side, especially when you have so many requests coming in. If your system isn't efficient, you're going to have a hard time, and that's really what happened here. We did respond to the programmatic side for ESSER, and we will be able to respond to the documents they requested. And if you look, they had a couple overlapping requests related to that fiscal side. Again, there's not great excuses to the extent that it's been dragged out, but we will be able to respond to that. And if you notice the letter as well, we did respond in part in January 26th in Google Drive. But again, we will provide in full moving forward. Go next slide. Right, so the ADM reporting, it was a unannounced visit, and the Power School administrator wasn't on site at the time. And really, it can be challenging to speak Power School if you're not in it every day. So I can understand why there was some confusion when that was happening. And I think you also had a staff that, this whole process has been very public. I think they were just concerned, a little scared seeing somebody come in. So, you shouldn't turn a DPI official away. But I understand this sentiment and their really fear when you see that walk through the door. A point that I want to make here is that, I don't really understand why the report is talking about the number of students observed on a particular day compared to the PMR month 1 report. You want to keep your enrollment as an increasing number, as it states in the student accounting manual. It was a decrease of about 5%, and I think you really have to contextualize that. I'm not sure, I don't know if we can say exactly why that is, but, for example, I looked at one of the schools on the Charter School Advisory Board, one that actually has a high number of economically disadvantaged students, so I naturally went to Sugar Creek, and you'll see a similar decrease in ADM. It's about 5% decrease since PMR month 1. And you're also going to see there's ADM, which is how that's calculated, and there's average daily attendance, ADA, which is just the number of people there on any given day. And again, Sugar Creek, you're going to see a very similar ADA percentage when you pull up the publicly available PMR reports on the NC DPI website. So the number of total absences is high. I was talking to the Power School administrator, and I think we have to figure out why it was so high. It could be because we're not getting paperwork in from the students so that they can then be marked as excused. But that unexcused number is high, but this is also it's also a very different year right now. So I think there are a lot of different challenges as it relates to ADM. Go to the next slide. That's pretty much exactly what I'm saying. Southeast Raleigh High is another school with almost an exact ADA percentage, about 85% every single day, and that was last year. So that's not even this year. And I imagine it's a little bit worse this year, but that's not as easily accessible, or at least, it's just not as easily accessible. And in addition, at the end of the report, it says that they're going to put them on probationary period. And in the student accounting manual, a 5% margin of error is acceptable. And what I saw was that you're missing 17 students that you need to mark absent. You want that number to be better. Again, constant improvement. But I didn't necessarily understand if you're within 5%, how you can say you can't rely on this data at all when that's an acceptable margin of error. And as Ashley mentioned earlier, they are approved for a hybrid plan. And that is something that they're doing. And when I walked in and when I was able to talk to the Power School administrator, some of these rosters that DPI wasn't able to collect the day of, I was able to get that rather quickly. So I'm confident we'll be able to provide a significant number of those documents, if not all of them, tomorrow, really. Next slide. And then this is a graph. Again, this is from the DPI website. I just wanted to put this in perspective. On the right-hand side, you're going to see schools claiming that they have 100% attendance all year. So, to say you can't trust Torchlight's data when you just have dozens of schools claiming, and some of them for multiple years in a row, that they have 100% attendance every single day, I find that to be very suspect. On the left-hand side, you're going to find ADA percentages, average daily attendance, again, similar to that of Torchlight. Torchlight's not an anomaly. And again, that's also last year, and I'm thinking this year is probably a little bit lower. Next slide. Fiscal management, right? So, this is really the theme here, is that there were a lot of funds dropped all across the state, across all schools, and I think this increased dollar amount, different PRCs, different regulations, all related to those things. If there were already some level of deficiencies, obviously, this whole process, the amount of funds dropping, is going to exacerbate those problems. And I think really with the monitorings that have come in, those deficiencies have become very clear. They're well documented. So, I think we now take the stance that, we did spend these dollars in a way that was appropriate for the most part, but the fiscal management system didn't capture that. And I think that is what is getting to these points of disallowed costs. Next slide. And I think we know that corrective action must be taken, and it's going to be a little bit more intense than simply hiring somebody. You have to make sure that person is put in a position to be successful. But really what we need is somebody to take on the reins and be empowered to ensure that these processes are being meticulously followed. And I think, a full-time position dedicated to that role is at least the right step in the right direction. Next slide. One of the requests on the letter was just talking about the benefits of the management company, and we've talked about that. And when the management company was brought in the year prior, I believe it was a D school, and they brought in the management company and then immediately jumped to the top growth rate of charter schools in the entire state their very first year serving the school. So, in terms of why we are here and every school is here, is to serve the students. And that is something this school has done exceptionally well with a demographic that this state and really the country has struggled to serve well at all. And again, even comparable schools within the area serving similar demographics, they're simply not growing students at this level. And I think you have to consider that as you consider what must be done moving forward, is that we want to make sure that the students aren't going to be pushed to a school that they're zoned into that isn't going to serve them properly. And in the area, if you look around Southeast Raleigh, a lot of those schools aren't performing very well. I believe the Y opened one in conjunction with Wake County, but there have been no scores released yet. I think they start in 2019. So yeah, and then the other schools in there, I think if you pull any of those schools on the school report card site, you'll notice that Torchlight is significantly better. Next slide. This speaks for itself. Exceeding growth for 4 years in a row is exceptionally challenging to do, especially when you have a minority population of 99% and an economically disadvantaged population of 80% roughly. This school is doing something that not many schools in the state are capable of doing. And then, this is what we're really asking for you to consider, that there are low-performing schools surrounding Torchlight Academy. Torchlight Academy is serving a purpose for its students, and again, it comes down to academics. And even if you pull up that newspaper article that was flashed on the screen earlier, Dr. McQueen was stating a very similar sentiment today that she was then, is that she wanted to offer the right environment for these kids to be successful. And again, I think the results speak for themselves. We want you to consider the students. We want you to consider that, we believe that they would suffer irreparable harm going back to these schools that simply just don't serve them to the level that Torchlight can and is. And, moving forward, I think it's obvious that we can't just say, we're going to fix it, and then you guys say, hey, go ahead, and then don't check in on us. So really, I think some type of a compliance agreement so that if we come here, every month, whatever it takes, to really ensure that we are taking the necessary steps and work in a collaborative nature with you. Obviously, it hasn't necessarily worked like that up until this point, but I think that would be something that would be very much worthwhile. And I think you also need to consider many of the findings presented you here today were presented to us within the past month or two. We hadn't had these level of findings before. And again, this is a 20-year-old school. So I think, and part of the process that was talked about earlier is the monitoring, but also the technical support. And really, we haven't really went down that path quite yet because all of this is so new. I mean, the severity of these issues, this isn't something that any organization wants to operate in. So that's something that we know needs to be done. So those are really the topics to cover. I don't need that slide. Those are the topics we need to cover. We do know that there are deficiencies with the fiscal management in particular, but we do believe that we can take steps to correct those things. Thank you.
Yeah, can we take a break?
Are they done?
Well, let me ask first, are you guys finished with your presentation?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, can we take a 10-minute break and? Okay.
ready.
We're good. Okay, live
I'm
stream
asking.
on?
Yeah,
Yep.
let's go.
Okay, awesome, yeah.
We do want to know which ones were here this year, not just those three.
Are we ready, Ashley?
Yes, we're streaming.
Okay. Let's go. All right, we would like to have the board members who are present to come forward. We have some specific questions for the board of directors.
Dawn is not on the board of directors.
Okay, and if the board members who are here would introduce themselves, that would be helpful.
Okay,
and what
you
your
want all
position is on
board
the board.
members. Yeah.
And then if you could also, I assume you're the board chair?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could also tell us who was here earlier but had to leave?
Dr. Moses, who is now back here.
Oh, he's back, okay.
Yeah, she is back.
She, okay.
All right, and my husband Claude were
Okay.
here.
All right,
Okay.
so if you guys would introduce yourself, tell us your position on the board.
Okay, I am Pam Banks Lee. I am the board chair.
My name is Claude Lee, I'm the vice chair.
Did you get the name of the vice chair?
Claude Lee.
Claude Lee.
Mr. Lee, okay, thank you.
And then you said there's a Dr. Moses who's also here.
Yes.
She is, but she stepped away. She had received a call during the break, and I don't see her in the hall.
Okay, I'm sure she'll come back.
And
And
how many
then you
board
said that
members?
who was here and had to leave?
Now, Dr. Moses was here and had to leave. She came back.
But she's on a call right now.
Yes.
Okay. How many people, oh, no, well, go ahead.
How many board members do you have? 7. 7? Okay, thank you. And which office positions are held? Which officer positions? Tawana LeBennett is the treasurer. Treasurer. I don't think we have an acting secretary. Okay, so you are the chair, and your husband is vice chair, and then you have a treasurer. Yes. Okay, thank you. That's all I have to answer now.
So you have, just to clarify, you have 7 board members total, 3 who are here today.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, I'm hoping that the board is not reading anything into the fact that there were some board members that had prior engagements that would preclude them from being here today.
Okay, well,
Well-
we probably need that information, that because what you said to us was there were board members here and they left.
Yeah, there were. In other words, Dr. Moses came, she was here, and she sat here through most of the morning. She had to go away. She came back. And as it relates to the other board members, all of them had at least the other 1, 2, 3.
4.
I know, but 3 of them I know are in other meetings in Charlotte that they had to attend for their personal businesses.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Bruce.
Well, I will respond to that.
Yes, sir.
Having been on the school board myself. We all know what the decision is about today, or I should say recommendation to the State Board of Ed in terms of what we're recommending they do with this charter school. And it is, in my opinion, you don't even have a majority of the people who hold the charter. It's their school. It's not the EMO school. It's their school. And it's on life support, let's be honest. And they're not here to answer questions about their school. I appreciate the three that are here. Thank you for coming in here today. We all have personal business. I'm a volunteer on this board. I'm taking time away from my school, my purported school.
And I absolutely understand and appreciate that. I would just say to the board that the board has been very engaged. As recently as Friday, we had a 5-hour board meeting regarding these issues in this discussion. And I would say to you that we've had a number of board meetings trying to make sure that the board is putting in appropriate measures to address the concerns that have been raised.
Thank you.
And some of the questions we're gonna be asking are about that. What appropriate measures are they putting in place?
So in your board service agreement with Torchlight LLC, the EMO, it calls for a $25,000 per year to be set aside for a board spending account. Excuse me. Your board budgets for the last several years show this $25,000 a year being allocated for board spending. Since January 10th, the Office of Charter Schools has repeatedly asked for bank statements for that account, but nothing has been produced. Can you explain why those bank statements have not been produced?
So I will respond to that. I will say to you that, in fact, one of the things that we have is we have some of those statements here today, and we will hand those up. But there's been difficulty obtaining all of the statements going back to the years that were requested. We've been trying to obtain everything from the bank. We had disclosed earlier with respect to that there was an issue with obtaining that information.
Who is your bank?
It was Mechanics and Farmers Bank.
Can I have clarification here? Is the board chair going to answer any of our questions? Or how do we know which one? And you're not even speaking to Mike, so. We'd love to hear from the board chair.
Absolutely, and you certainly can.
Okay.
So to the board chair, were you aware that there is a $25,000 board spending account in the budget each year?
Yes.
Can you give me examples of how that money has been spent in the past? Like what would be some of the activities that the board would have used that money for?
Well, I think in the earlier years, we have had people that died on our board that we provided flowers for. We've also sent a student, I think it was to New York, for a competition. We have we had the Lego competition, I think was in New Orleans, and we had our students participate in that. And we've had reimbursements. We've spent money. I don't know what else to tell you. We will provide a list as soon as we can get it from the bank of everything that you're requesting.
So to be clear, the reason you don't have the ability to
Okay,
provide.
could you speak up just a little bit?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Just so we're clear, the reason that you're not really able to say how we've spent that $25,000 each year is because you don't have access to the receipts or the bank account. And the reason you don't is because the bank is not providing it to you?
Some things we didn't keep, I personally didn't keep receipts for. All right, so I can't say that the bank is not providing everything that we need. I can say that we don't have receipts for some things, and we're trying to figure out how to get those receipts.
How often does your board meet?
We meet 10 times a year, once a month for 10 months.
Thank you.
Do you know how much is in that account right now, and who reconciles that bank account on a regular basis, on a monthly basis?
Okay, I reconciled it, and I didn't look at it before I came in, so I would say there may be about $4,000 in there.
There you go. So one of the main reasons why we are here is because of the EC deficiencies that have been pointed out since 2020, and you're aware of all that now. But one of the main reasons is because of who is in that role for EC was probably not I shouldn't say probably not, was not qualified to be in that EC director. But Chantrice Andrews, when we looked at the sheet up there, she's no longer the EC director, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She signed a contract at the beginning of this year as the EC director for, I believe, $65,000. So what is she doing now that she's no longer the EC director, and is she still getting paid at that salary level?
Okay, we were told that she is now an EC teacher.
Okay,
Yeah,
but she wasn't listed on
demoted.
that sheet from before with the EC.
Yes.
Okay.
So the last information we were given was that she was an EC teacher.
Okay,
At Torchlight?
Well, I don't know anything about any other schools, so I don't deal in any of the other schools. So when you tell me she's an EC teacher, I'm believing she's an EC teacher at Torchlight.
Okay. Is she the daughter of Mr. McQueen and Dr. McQueen?
Yes.
Okay. And so I don't know how long you've been on the board or if you have even a record of this, but it seems that she's been working there since 2002. What did she do before she became the EC director? And why did she get elevated to EC director under your board leadership?
Okay, I don't know what she did before she came to Torchlight.
No, not what she did before. She's been there since 2002.
Okay, before
According to
she
the
got
records,
to director,
before
she was an EC teacher.
She's always been an EC teacher at the
and
school, and she rose to EC director.
I think she was also the head of the EC program. I don't know the answer. Yeah.
So is there a new contract for her since she's no longer the EC director? Or go back to the original, is she still getting paid as the EC director? Or is she taking a pay cut? How does that work out to get in line with how the rest of the teachers are getting paid? Would you know that?
I don't
Okay.
know the answer to that.
Okay.
Because if I
We don't do
understand
no
correctly, the board was told that she was no longer the EC director, but is an EC teacher, but the presentation that we were just presented for the EC staff, she was not listed as an employee in the EC staff, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
So who was her supervisor when she was the EC director? And then if she is teaching at your school now, who is her supervisor now?
I think the principal of the school would be, yes.
She's the MTSS person. She's the director of the MTSS process. And that works right in line with special education, although not officially special education, but her knowledge of the children and her knowledge of the families and is helpful in that area. But there's no new, there's no new contract yet.
Okay, there's no new contract yet. Okay, so my question is, since you're the principal, why did you approve her to be the EC director if you knew that she did not have the criteria or the, I guess, credentials is that's the right word, to become the EC director, which is one of the main reasons why we're in this situation right now with compliance?
Actually, because charter schools have 50% and 50%, I didn't realize that she did not qualify because she has a license for 18 years as EC teacher.
And let's be clear, as I understand it, and I believe even in the in the testimony that was made, or the statements that were made by Ms. Thomas, it wasn't that she wasn't qualified, it was that, and it wasn't that she couldn't serve in the capacity that she served, but rather, it was that when Ms. Thomas typically sees someone in that position as executive director, they have some additional experiences or credentials.
That's true, and they also know how to use the system as well, so they can stay in compliance, and that seemed to be something that the ball was dropped. Is that?
We're not disputing that the ball was dropped with respect to that.
Okay.
And we have come in and we've said repeatedly that was an issue. Now, there is a discrepancy as it relates to how that issue continued to progress. But we came in today to say to you that we recognize that there were problems with how that process was moving forward. And we came in today in the spirit of saying to you that we have brought in people that we believe can address that issue. There is no issue with Mr. Squibb's qualifications. So if we want to talk about IDEA and we want to talk about federal programs, I'm happy to have that conversation, because specifically under the statute, it requires that if there is a problem, that there are multiple levels of assistance that be provided. And we've attempted to refrain from going through that because we realize that there is a problem, but the ultimate issue with federal programs is ensuring that you bring the programs into compliance. And that is what we were here to talk about today.
So are you saying the issue is that federal programs did something and that's what caused this?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you identify the problem. We understood the problem, and the school has taken measures to attempt to resolve the problem. They brought in a person that has this EC license, has this principal's license, has this superintendent's license, that is certainly capable of addressing the concerns that have been raised.
But Mr. Bowen, it's been 2 years.
Yeah.
And let me, see, and you want to go back.
Well, I'm saying, you're saying we're addressing, but you're saying, well, we understand there's a problem, but, and if we'd had help, we could have addressed it. It's been 2 years.
We did not know for 2 years there was a problem, and because of course we would address it. It said compliance on the performance framework for the year just prior. The 40 whatever emails that supposedly I got, it's proven that I got one, and that wasn't a whole year ago when I got that one. It was not a year ago.
Okay, so
we
you're
had
saying
no idea.
you never got the non-compliance report from the 2020 audit?
I got one email, and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, their communications department sent me all the emails that I got, and only from the last 2 years, the last 3 years, and only one had something to do with that. So no, I did not get more than one. I did not know there was a problem on the performance framework. It said we were in compliance. We thought we were in compliance, and in addition to that, we asked for help with Ecats multiple times to different people, not necessarily DPI, but I have in my phone text messages that I have screenshot, and it says, hey, my EC director needs help with Ecats. Can you help me? I have several from the year that we're talking about trying to get help. So it wasn't as if we weren't trying, but prior to Ecats being put in place, there was no problem. She'd been there 20 years. There wasn't a problem prior to the new system being put in place, and we were actively trying to get help.
Well, I got a question about Ecats, because it's, according to Dr. Sherry Thomas's, on the Ecats platform, it says that Ms. Andrews has also been serving as the Director of Special Education at Three Rivers Academy, while also under contract at Torchlight. And so was the board aware of this? Is there another, is she getting paid at both schools? Is she providing services from Torchlight to go over there? Why is she listed at Three Rivers?
She's getting paid zero from Three Rivers.
Is she providing services to Three Rivers at the same time as Torchlight?
For free.
For free?
When she can, but she $0.
But so this board is paying her to work over at Torchlight?
No, not on Torchlight time. Not on Torchlight. Her physical body wasn't there.
So she's just donating her time?
She was,
okay.
Absolutely.
So you okay. That's all.
Let's be clear, this board can only speak to what has occurred at Torchlight Academy. So if the question is directed to the board is only has an understanding of what has occurred with respect.
And that's why I was asking if they're aware that she's getting her services spread thin or spread out, but if she's
while they're paying
her, that's really where my question was coming from. I think we've talked enough about this. If somebody else wants to ask some questions.
Is Mr. McQueen an employee of the board? Not in the context that you contract with the EMO that he owns, but is he an employee of the board?
He is employed as the executive director of Torchlight.
Of the school.
Thank you.
As you guys have been putting this whole thing together, and explain to me why you don't see that there could be a potential conflict with, I'm the executive director of the school, I'm the executive director of the EMO, the decisions I make over here directly affect what happens over here, and I benefit from what happens over here. Tell me why you don't see that there could be a potential conflict there.
Okay. Can I please speak first? Since the question was asked to me, can I please speak? Thank you. Okay. The board recognizes that we have made some mistakes. Probably one of the biggest mistakes was not understanding how an EMO works when we entered into that contract. We submitted it to DPI, and when they came back to us and said it was okay, it was in there that it would be the McQueens. We assumed it would be okay. Now, we have since then had conversations, especially since all of this has come about, and we do see that there is a conflict of interest. All right? And so with that, the board has discussed that we're going to ask Mr. McQueen to step down as the executive director of Torchlight, and we're going to try to put in place someone who will help us to rectify all of these compliance issues and all of that. So we do see that there is a potential conflict of interest, and we are planning to address that. We will ask him to step down, and as far as we know, he has agreed, or will agree to doing that.
Absolutely. I will definitely agree to step down as the executive director. Yes, ma'am.
Does the board plan to continue contracting with Torchlight, the EMO, for operational services for the school?
Okay, we haven't come to a conclusion on that yet. We really wanted to wait, because some of the things that you're saying today, we wanted to wait and see what the issues really were, what all the issues were, and then try to put in place a method of trying to fix some of the problems or all the problems that we have seen. If the EMO can come up to the standard that this board needs, then we will possibly try to maintain that EMO. If not, we're willing to get rid of the EMO to go back to the way we were before we did this, and we just want the school to survive. And we're willing to do what we need to do to help that be the case.
Did you say the executive director of the EMO is Don McQueen?
No, I said the executive director of Torchlight.
Okay.
Yeah, the
okay.
school itself.
Of the school.
But
The
is it
executive
in Eddie,
manager,
but
I
in-
think is the title for the EMO.
But in Eddie, I think it says that's Dr. Cynthia McQueen is that right?
She's listed as principal, is that we understand?
Yeah, she's the principal.
Do you have intention of keeping her as principal?
We haven't really discussed that from the
We haven't
board.
addressed that issue yet. We have had conversations, about how the school is going to move forward. And those conversations are ongoing. And I can tell you that there was a robust conversation during the closed session on Friday, but I'm not going to disclose those conversations at this stage.
You do understand that it appears that she has a role with the EMO as well.
We understand that.
And so some of these same conflict of interest concerns that we have with Mr. McQueen would also extend to Dr. McQueen.
We are saying to you that we recognize the concerns that have been raised. We recognize what has been presented today in the presentation today. Certainly of all the presentations that have come here before, this has been the clearest presentation from the state with respect to concerns, with more specificity. And so the board is willing and is here to say that they are listening, they are hearing, they understand, and they are working toward making decisions that to ensure that the school is protected and that the services that need to be provided are provided in the manner in which the school and the state expects.
Matt, may I ask the board chair question? So help me understand process here. You have the McQueens working for both the school and the EMO. I would like to know from the board standpoint, are there contracts that were looked at by the board? Were they approved? Are there minutes that support that? We're not seeing any of that documentation, and it's been requested several times. So one, can you talk to the process for making these decisions? And then two, where is the documentation that reflects that process? And this question,
This is
really,
directed
really,
at the board.
Yeah.
This is a
but
board
this is-
question.
This is your board.
Okay. Normally at a board meeting, both Dr. McQueen and Mr. McQueen would come to the board meeting. They would make recommendations or suggestions about what they would like to see, and the board would either vote on them, we would ask questions, of course, try to come to some understanding of what they were doing, and then we would vote on whether or not that was an appropriate thing to do. So,
About
say a
respect to
contract
this.
for the auditor. I may have seen it 5 or 10 years ago. The new contract that was drawn up for the auditor, I don't know if there's a new contract. All I know is we have hired the same auditor for the last 5, 10 years.
This is, with all due respect, this is different though. This is you being a custodian of public funds in which you're making decisions to pay the person who's in the room and the person who manages your organization. And I would think there'd be a thorough process for both having that discussion, vetting it, procedural documentation that you would be able to supply with regard to how those contracts were signed and the minutes that would reflect that. And we haven't received any of it, and I haven't heard any of it other than an auditor example.
Are you asking me specifically about contracts for Ms. McQueen and Mrs. McQueen?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay. I don't know that we have a contract. I hired them, 23 or 4 years ago? We had a contract at that time, and we've operated on that same contract.
When you say you hired him that long ago, you hired him in what capacity at that time?
I hired Ms. McQueen as the principal back in 2000, 2002. All right, and I hired Mr. McQueen as the administrator.
Okay, and then when did you enter the agreement with Torchlight, the EMO?
That would have been 2016, 15, 16? Somewhere
So
in
as,
there.
as the board chair, you're paying this money to two individuals you hired 20-something years ago. It comes then to your attention that you're gonna be paying the same individuals to run to be the EMO to run the charter. I guess I'm wondering, you can't tell me today's the first day you heard this word conflict of interest when you're having those discussions as a board and you're like, these two people we've been paying for a while, now we're gonna pay them in a different capacity and they're gonna oversee it all. And it wasn't, I wanna know what the conversations were like, and then of course, what the documentation.
Okay, the conversation was like this. We never understood how an EMO worked. We understood that Mr. McQueen would continue as the executive manager or the executive director. Ms. McQueen would continue as the principal, and all we were really doing was looking at another way to handle management-wise. So there was no, we may have said, is it a conflict of interest? But then when we submitted it to DPI and they came back and said it was okay, we assumed that they would say, no, this is not gonna happen, or this shouldn't happen.
Well, the expectation would never have been that they would be the management company and they would continue to be the people who ran the school.
But it was in the contract or the letter that I sent with it that is exactly what was gonna happen. So it wasn't that we didn't disclose to them that those two people were gonna continue to operate and manage the school. That's why we thought everything was okay. Because
But what you should have done was researched what an EMO does.
I agree. Yes, we should have researched and understood better what an EMO does and all the ramifications for having one. We are negligent in that, and we admit that.
And you didn't have an EMO before this, right?
We did not.
So what did he do, what did Mr. McQueen do differently as executive director, that he's still executive director, then now he's EMO as well, the management company, to help run the school? Why
What changed?
Or not what changed, or what warranted having the EMO, either way, anyway.
Okay, at the point we were trying, first of all, we were paying expensive rent, and we were trying to look at what could we do to build a school of our own, all right, so that we could bring our middle school and our elementary school together. We had tried or were looking at several banks and things like that to try to get the funding to do what we needed to do. It wasn't working. The suggestion was made to go to an EMO and let them see if they could do it.
So you solicited the EMO, and not the EMO solicited you.
Well, actually, Ms. McQueen brought the idea to us.
So the point was to try to find an alternative way to finance the project.
Yes.
And so switching to the EMO was the alternative way.
Yeah, we thought that would work.
Did you understand at the time that you did that the way that particular contract was set up is that all of the resources went to the EMO? They then paid all the bills because they had all the resources. But then anything that was left over became the property of the EMO. Did you understand that at the time?
No, ma'am. I did not understand that, and I don't think anybody on the board understood that either.
Did you bring it to an attorney?
I'm sorry?
Did you bring it to an attorney?
We did not, and that's another thing that we were negligent in doing. We should have consulted our attorney.
But doesn't Mr. McQueen own the building?
At the time, he did not. We were paying rent to another company, but it was not Mr. McQueen.
Well, the current documents appear that you're paying rent to somebody to a company that actually in the end, Mr. McQueen owns the building. And you're paying him to, essentially, that's how that ended up turning out. There's some other companies in the middle?
Before Mr. McQueen bought the building, we were paying rent to someone else. Now, I can't tell you who the name of that. We had a contract that I signed with someone else. All right. And maybe Ms. McQueen or,
So what's the name of the people that they're actually paying to?
Yeah.
Where's that?
So when you say you didn't realize about the structure and the management fee and how the PMO worked with the school, did you not, when you get the audit report every year, it shows the management fees and the dollar amount on there? Did that not alert you to how much money was going to the EMO and question how that worked in that relationship?
Were those documents shared with you?
yes, I've had copies. I have copies of the audits. And as I read them, I'm gonna be honest with you, I look at the back page or the page where they say, are there any findings? And that's mainly what I focus on. If they didn't see any findings that were wrong in there, then, you know, I'm not an audit specialist, so I just read it, and then I look for the findings and any recommendations that they give.
But did the auditors present it at a board meeting once a year and
No.
present the financial information to the board or to the
They
auditor?
they send me an audit. So no, it's not presented at the board meeting. They send an audit. We review the audit, and
So your auditors never come to a board meeting? They've never been to-
I don't want to say never, but I can say that, have you ever seen it? Yeah, so I can say that probably in the last 10 years, I've not seen my auditor. I may have seen him early on when we first hired him, but no.
Well, one of the things you have to do annually as a board is approve the audit. So you guys get a copy of it and then you just approve it.
We get a copy of it, we read through it, we try to understand it, we look to see if there are any findings or any recommendations, and then we approve it.
When was the last time your board had a board training, like on,
A board-
like roles and responsibilities of board training?
A board training, I don't know that we've ever had a board training.
If I may,
And I don't want to salt and pepper, because I really appreciate your, where you guys are coming from. This is a great conversation. And I was just looking over since 2015, the management fee that you all have paid. Are you familiar with how much you paid since 2015?
I have not summed it up, no.
$2,856,333 in management fees.
In addition to a line that's called operational support services, that we
Yeah.
don't really know what that
I
is.
imagine
but-
that's rent.
But that, that comes up to, another, $10 million.
I can tell you what sold us on the management company idea was the fact that if we go into the red, we wouldn't have to worry about how to pay that money. And so for us, in several years, we have been in debt, come out at the end of the year, we gotta get a loan to figure out how we're gonna pay that debt. For us, it was about what we can do to not end up in debt at the end of the year, still provide the same level of education for our kids that we were providing, and still keep the school moving forward and doing what we thought we could do for our community. That's the best I can tell you.
I want to ask a couple questions, but I want to take a pause a second and just acknowledge, thank you for, you're on the front line there answering lots of questions, and I have no doubt that you're being honest, and I want to acknowledge that.
The sincerity of, I can see exactly how this happened. And I appreciate your transparency because it now is very clear how we got here.
So I have two questions, if I may. You mentioned a few minutes ago that you had an original contract with the McQueens, Dr. and Mr. McQueen, from 20 years ago, and none of that's been, you've never revisited that contract, basically. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment.
So is he making this, are they both making the same amount of money then that they were 20 years ago? If you've never.
I don't think so. Because I know when I hired them, I heard this morning 160,000. I know good and well, 20 years ago, the school didn't have $100,000 to pay anybody.
So-
In fact, let me finish. In fact, when I hired Miss McQueen, she took a pay cut to come and work for me. So I'm not saying I don't know what I paid them, but I do know that 20 years ago, I did not pay her or him what they were worth because I
believe
did
that.
not have it.
I absolutely 100% believe you, but I guess my point of my question though is then you may not have a contract that's been signed by the board for those two employees, but certainly they're not working under the same contractual relationship as they were 20 years ago. That we can both be accurate in that assessment. In the budget as well, they mentioned the large management fee and the operational support services. There's a line called policy, leadership, and public relations. And it too is pretty significant. It's ranges around $500,000 to $600,000. What is that money for?
It's behind tab 2.
What is the board getting for that? Tab 2, page 29.
I'm on page 29.
Under contracted service
I see
fee,
it.
if you
Yes.
go to, yeah, you see it?
Yes.
And if you look through multiple years, you will see that it is a significant amount of money, but what is that?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know what it is.
But you would admit that whatever it is, it should be pretty, it's significant, so
It's
it's.
significant, yes.
And I mean, I know from my own experience, like something that might fit under that, like leadership, would be board training or leadership training, professional development. But we've heard that actually the board hasn't had any of that, so it's not that.
What are the
Public
chances that the
relations-
McQueen salaries are part of that?
Public relations might be the advertising that we do. We do a substantial amount of advertising on the TV and the radio for the school. The leadership that would come under some type of training. I don't know if it's teacher training or if it's, staff training of some sort. I don't know.
Okay, so I guess what I would say to you, and I think you've already figured this out by yourself, you don't even need me to say this. You guys need to know more about what's going on.
We agree with that. We told ourselves that.
Do we have any other significant questions we'd like to ask the board? Okay, then let's go ahead, let's go into close.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session. Hold on. I'll get it here in a second. I move that we go into closed session pursuant to NCH General Statute 143-318-11, Sections A3, to consult with our attorneys in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between attorneys and the public body.
All in favor? Aye. Oh, I should ask, was there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah.
we're streaming whenever you wanna get back on.
Mr. McQueen asked me, what's a high-performing charter school, high-quality charter school? And obviously, a high-quality charter school has to have academics that are stellar would be best, but good would be good. But charter schools are also small businesses. And we have to be able to run our schools operationally and fiscally, because the money we use is not ours. We don't own it. We are taking that the taxpayers have entrusted us as a small business, as opposed to the district where they got to pick the people who were running theirs. They take our boards and trust us with their taxpayer dollars to serve their children. Consequently, we have a very high level of stewardship around that. At no point in the last 2 months, 3 months that we've been talking about this, has anybody ever suggested that Torchlight academically was not a good school. Nobody at all. However, the fiscal management and operations just were not, they got issues. They got serious issues. And the issues escalated to the place that they then became a threat to the entire state of North Carolina in terms of funding from the federal government. That's a big deal. I don't think that we can look at this and say high quality only has to do with whether or not you're academically performing. High quality has to do with the whole, everything that's entrusted to us as charter school leaders and as people who run charter schools. And consequently, that's what we have been talking about and what we've considered. At this point, is there someone who is ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I move to recommend to the State Board of Education that the charter agreement between the State Board and Northeast Raleigh Academy, doing business as Torchlight Academy, be revoked for the following reasons. 1, violation of laws and regulations, including special education laws, and federal conflict of interest and self-dealing regulation. 2, violation of the charter agreement, including failure to produce requested documents, failure to provide adequate oversight, and management of school. 3, failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management, failure to retain and provide to DPI required documentation of expenditures of state and federal monies and comply with other fiscal requirements. 4, allowing the ongoing self-dealing and conflicts of interest by the EMO, Torchlight LLC.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Ashley, would you please take a roll call vote?
Yes. Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Terry Stoops,
Aye.
and Todd Godby.
Aye.
Aye.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?